Chapter 74, Success and Failure. Chapter 74, Success and Failure. Damn it. We were still a step too late. When Rain Song saw Su Qianlu and the others Russ, plussing into the portal, she couldn't help but curse as she gripped her axe tightly. Lunatics. What a bunch of lunatics. Mode Ancient Demon Court. This was something they had never even heard of. The Ancient Demon Court's normal mode was already plenty challenging for most experts. In the case of hard mode, even after their two guilds had joined hands, they would still face extreme difficulty in obtaining a high evaluation. Now that the Ancient Demon Court before them had its difficulty changed to L mode, it'd probably be impossible for anyone to clear it with a high evaluation for 1 month. 1 whole month. There was no doubt that the Ancient Demon Court's existence would get exposed during this long period. At that time, the various superpowers would definitely flock to this place, and neither their two guilds nor Su Qianliu's group would benefit from the Ancient Demon Court. At this time, other than Rain Song, Nature Hall's one-eyed ghost also wore a grim expression on his face. While staring at the portal Su Qianlu had disappeared into with a cold gaze, he said, "Good, very good," as expected of someone capable of making a name in the Black Dragon Empire. If the Ancient Demon Court's difficulty was only changed to hard mode, their team could still cope with it one way or another. While their chances of obtaining a high evaluation wouldn't be 100%, they should still have around a 60% chance of succeeding. However, it was a different story for L mode. He had no confidence that their team could score a high evaluation in L mode Ancient Demon Court. After all, even in normal team dungeons, the difficulty gap between hard mode and L mode was massive. This gap would only be even more significant in Ancient Demon Courts. Meanwhile, players would be subjected to a 1-week cooldown when challenging the Ancient Demon Court. If they failed to receive a high evaluation after clearing it, they'd have to wait for 1 whole week before they could try again. Many variables could occur in 1 week in the current miniature ancient world. What should we do now, Big Sis Rue? Rain Song asked as she turned toward Cleansed Rue. Now that those lunatics have activated the Ancient Demon Court's L mode, should we still move according to plan and go inside? We'll wait, Cleansed Rue said as she stared at the black skull above the teleportation portal. Although they've messed up our plans with this move, it isn't necessarily a bad thing for us. While the Ancient Demon Court's difficulty has indeed been increased, this is the first time L mode Ancient Demon Court has appeared in D's domain. If we can succeed in raiding it, we'll probably get an Astonies. Plussing Harvest. I have already contacted the guild for reinforcements. I believe it won't be long before the higher-ups send more Tier 5 experts to help us. Upon hearing Cleansed Rue's words, Rain Song quickly came to a realization as she exclaimed, "That's right. How could I forget about this?" Risks and opportunities came hand in hand. This was an unchanging law in D's domain. Just like Cleansed Rue stated, having L mode Ancient Demon Court appear wasn't necessarily a bad thing for them. On the contrary, if they could raid it successfully, the benefit they could reap from it would definitely exceed their imaginations. As expected of you to notice this detail, Des Rue, One-Eyed Ghost said, his grim expression suddenly changing into a carefree one. Then he lightly chuckled and continued, "Su Qianlu might have thought that she was creating trouble for us, but she failed to realize that all she did was to give us even more benefits. It was true that neither of their guilds could field a team rivaling the various superpowers' main force. However, if their two guilds worked together and concentrated their top combatants into a single team, they could match the various superpowers' main force. After all, the number of Tier 5 experts their two guilds possessed was only slightly inferior compared to the various superpowers. Unless Tier 6G, D-ranked experts were involved, their two guilds would remain mostly even with the various superpowers. Everyone listen up. Seal this cavern with an advanced barrier immediately. One-Eyed Ghost commanded as he looked at the other nature hall members present. From now onward, an body is allowed to enter or leave this place until our reinforcements arrive. So long as Su Qianliu's team dies out of the dungeon, use the Deathlock scroll on them immediately. Unlike team dungeons, players were prohibited from using magic scrolls inside ancient demon courts. For this reason, ancient demon courts were much harder to raid than the average team dungeon. The inability to use magic scrolls naturally meant that players couldn't use return scrolls to leave an ancient demon court. In this situation, there were only two ways players could exit the dungeon: die or clear the dungeon. Apart from these two methods, there were no other ways for players to exit an ancient demon court. Yes, sir. Immediately, both Nature Halls and 100 Flower Palaces members started setting up advanced barriers around the cavern. With these barriers in place, even Tier 4 players would have difficulty entering or leaving the cavern. After seeing several barriers go up around the cavern, One-Eyed Ghost looked toward the teleportation portal, a cold glint flash. Plus ing in his eyes as he thought to himself, let's see if you'll still be as tough once you come out of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Cleansed Rue couldn't help but shake her head and sigh when she noticed the killing intent One-Eyed Ghost radiated. Although she didn't know what had caused Su Qianliu to take such a crazy action, there was no question that Su Qianliu had angered their two guilds. After all, neither of their two guilds had initially planned on dispatching many Tier 5 experts into the miniature ancient world. This situation had foiled many of their plans, and they'd have to halt and reorganize their plans. Right now, even if she chose not to take action against Su Qianliu, One-Eyed Ghost definitely wouldn't let Su Qianliu get away. He might even hunt down Su Qianliu's team until they all deleted their accounts. After all, this wasn't the first time One-Eyed Ghost had done such a thing. Chapter 75, One Person's Strength. Chapter 75. One person's strength inside the ancient demon court, Su Qianliu, and the others remained wholly unaware of what was going on outside. Even if they did know what was going on, they wouldn't be in the mood to care, since they were currently in shock over the environment inside the ancient demon court. What violent mana! So this is HELL mode? Everyone's faces paled when they looked at the dilapidated settlement and the death energy that filled the streets before them. Although they had long since known that an ancient demon court's HELL mode wouldn't be an easy challenge, they never thought it would be this difficult. Setting aside the violent mana that constantly inflicted pain onto their bodies and affected their ability to control their bodies, just the death energy that filled the settlement streets was more than enough to instill despair into them. Death energy was a special type of energy with extremely powerful corrosive effects. It might be fine if it was present in scan amounts. At most, it would only prevent players from operating their bodies normally. However, if the presence of death energy was so dense that it was visible to the naked eye, it would be fatal to players. Even if death energy was only visible as a thin layer of gray gas, it was already more than enough to corrode players' minds and rapidly reduce their concentration. Meanwhile, if players' concentration fell below the critical threshold, their characters would become an empty SHELL, and it'd be no different than if they had died. I'm afraid there's no way we can raid this ancient demon court, guild leader. Setting aside the violent mana, just the death energy that's floating in the air is already too much for us to handle. Apart from those with a gold mana body, everyone else would die in under 30 minutes, Su Qianliu said, a bitter smile forming on her face as she looked at H.I. phone. Originally, before entering the H.E.L. mode ancient demon court, she had thought that they might have a chance at clearing it. After all, their team was not weak by any means. However, after entering the ancient demon court, she realized that she had been too naive. With such a harsh environment, even the 5 great super guilds' main force would probably have difficulty surviving in such an environment. Not to mention, the bosses in level 100 H.E.L. mode team dungeons were typically tier 4 mythic monsters that had their HP, attack power, and defense boosted significantly. After getting strengthened, their overall strength could rival mythic-ranked archaic species found in the outside world. Meanwhile, seeing as they were inside H.E.L. mode ancient demon court, the boss they had to face was probably on par with mythic-ranked world bosses. In other words, they had to face a mythic monster with at least 50% more basic attributes than the average mythic monster. Death energy and violent mana. After surveying their surroundings, H.I. Feng nodded and said, "It seems we got lucky." Lucky. When Happy Snow heard H.I. Feng's words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She felt that H.I. Feng was truly skilled at consoling people. How could their current situation even be considered lucky? Faced with such dense death energy, Happy Snow felt that she could, at best, last half an hour with her peak silver mana body. As for the others with weaker mana bodies, they probably wouldn't last more than 15 minutes. As soon as they stepped into the settlement before them, they'd be taking a ride on H.E.L.'s tour bus. They could probably meet G.O.D. even without fighting. We are indeed very lucky. H.I. Feng said, calmly smiling when he saw the look of contempt Happy Snow was giving him. Ancient demon courts are products of the ancient era. When we consider the fact that the ancient demons were suddenly wiped out and the ancient demon courts were sealed, we can consider ourselves lucky that all we have to face right now is a little death energy and some mana fluctuations left behind from back then. H.I. Feng had visited quite a few ancient demon courts during his previous life. Among them, many had much harsher environments than the one they currently faced. In one instance, not only did he have to deal with violent mana and dense death energy, but he also had to be wary of a temporal storm that was capable of obliterating everything. Even a random gust of wind that came out of that temporal storm could severely injure a superior mythic. Meanwhile, the temporal storm back then had covered the entire settlement. The scene back then was both beautiful and devastating. In comparison, the ancient demon court here only had violent mana and death energy. Among the many ancient demon courts in existence, it could be considered a relatively mild one. What should we do next, guild leader? We have no way to retreat now, but we can't progress in such an environment either. Even with my gold mana body, I doubt I can last more than an hour. If I have to fight monsters on top of that, I don't think I can last more than 20 minutes, Blackie said anxiously as he looked at the settlement ahead. While a gold mana body was stronger than a silver mana body, it wasn't invincible. It merely provided players with stronger adaptability. Don't worry. Since I decided to come here, I naturally came prepared. S.H.I. Feng said, chuckling. Whether it is the violent mana or death energy, both are merely a form of external energy. Why do you think a gold mana body can have a better time adapting to harsh environments? Upon hearing S.H.I. Feng's question, Blackie immediately came to a realization as he said, it's because of the enhanced control it provides toward mana. So long as we can control the mana around us, we'll be able to resist the mana and death energy here. That's right, S.H.I. Feng nodded. Rather than a dungeon, an ancient demon court is more like a trial for players. If players can control their mana, well, they can drastically reduce the pressure they face from the surrounding environment. As soon as S.H.I. plus Fong finished speaking, whether it was the violent mana or death energy surrounding him, both had stopped half an inch away from his body. It looked as if there was an invisible barrier surrounding him. What powerful mana control! Firecloud mentally exclaimed when he saw what S.H.I. plus Fong just did. Forming a mana barrier around one's body was easier said than done. This was due to the way players visualized mana. It was especially true when the mana in question came from one's own body. The average player couldn't see or touch mana at all, and the only way they could manipulate their mana to form an external barrier was through relying on magic arrays. The process of forming an external mana barrier was essentially players compressing the mana they radiated to form a dense coating of mana around their bodies. It shouldn't be mistaken with the action of severing one's mana flow to prevent one's mana from leaving one's body. The two achieved entirely different effects, and the former was much more difficult to accomplish than the latter. Meanwhile, the closer the compressed layer of mana got to one's body, the denser it would become. As a result, the resistance it put up would also grow stronger. Without incredible control over mana, there was no way a player could compress their mana to within half an inch of their body. With S.H.I. plus Feng's reminder, everyone present started compressing their mana to form a barrier that repelled the violent mana and death energy surrounding them. Fortunately, everyone present was a veteran expert. They possessed excellent control over mana, and everyone managed to form a barrier that was, at most, 1 yard thick. In Su Qianliu's case, she managed to form a half-inch thick barrier with ease, and none of the surrounding violent mana and death energy managed to affect her in the slightest. Well done, S.H.I. plus Fong nodded approvingly when he saw that everyone had more or less managed to resist the surrounding environment's effects. All right, let's start the raid for real now. I'll be splitting you all into 3 separate teams from now on. All Guardian Knights and S.H.I. plus ELD Warriors will be in Team 1, the remaining melee players will be in Team 2, and all ranged players will be in Team 3. Without my command, an body in Team 2 is allowed to take action. As for Team 1, you are only allowed to use your S.H.I. plus ELDs to block the attacking monsters. You are forbidden from attacking and attracting aggro. For Team 3, you will attack whichever monster I tell you to attack. You are not allowed to attack any other monsters. Chapter 76, Guild Leader? Chapter 76, Guild Leader? After splitting the team into smaller groups, S.H.I. plus Fong led the team to within 500 yards of the settlement. Upon reaching this point, a large group of fully armed elemental golems suddenly marched out of a corner of the main street and entered their view. The elemental golems were of varying sizes, the smaller ones measuring around 2 or 3 meters, and the larger ones measuring up to 8 meters. At a glance, there should at least be 10,000 elemental golems in the group. Apart from their large numbers, these elemental golems also behaved like a well-trained army. The golems wielding S.H.I. plus ELD stood at the front, the golems wielding spears stood in the middle, and the golems wielding staves stood at the rear. Elemental Destroyer, Great Lord, Level 105 HP, 300 million, Elemental Annihilator, Grand Lord, Level 106 HP, 1 billion. C.R.A.P. Are you kidding me? Why do these monsters have so much HP? Blackie felt his scalp turning numb when he saw the elemental golem's stats. The HP of these golems was at least twice as high as monsters of similar rank and level found in the outside world. Su Qianliu, Happy Snow, Fire Cloud, and the others also frowned at this situation. Unlike monsters, players were restricted by the hidden attribute known as stamina. In other words, the amount of time they could spend fighting was limited. It was especially true during intense fights. Right now, their team only had 300 players. Normally, they'd have exhausted most of their stamina even if they fought against just 2,000 or 3,000 great lords of the same rank. Yet now, not only did they have to face over 10,000 great lords and grand lords, but these monsters even had unusually high amounts of HP. Rather than a trial, what awaited them ahead was a maw. As Saker, guild leader, it's too disadvantageous for us to fight against such a larger group of monsters. We'll run out of stamina before we can even finish them. I suggest that we split the team and conduct guerrilla warfare using the small alleys, Su Qianlu suggested. Fighting a large-scale battle while being severely disadvantaged in numbers wouldn't benefit them in any way. In comparison, while splitting up the team across the settlement's alleys would scatter the team's strength, it would also reduce the number of monsters each player needed to face. This, in turn, would reduce their stamina consumption and increase their endurance in battle. The elemental golems were merely monsters with high physical and magical resistances. They didn't have extraordinary combat standards. At most, their combat standard reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor early stage standard. In a situation where the gap in basic attributes wasn't too significant, first-rate experts would have no problem going up against 3 or 4 golems at a time. Blackie, Happy Snow, Fire Cloud, and the others also nodded in agreement with Su Qianlu's suggestion. After seeing the scale of the monster army before them, they finally understood why the ancient demon courts and various secret lands remained the private playground of only first-rate powers and above. Without a significant advantage in basic attributes, experts of their caliber had no way of fighting large-scale fights in these dangerous locations whatsoever. Faced with so many tanky monsters, it wouldn't matter even if they worked together. There was simply no way they could achieve victory. Although it was a bit of a pity to split up their combat power, this was the best solution available to them. Afterward, all they could do was hope that a few healers could survive until the dust settled so that they could resurrect those who had died in battle. No need to go through such S-H-I plus Feng said, shaking his head. While these elemental golems might be numerous, they have a fatal weakness. Fatal weakness? After thinking for a moment, Su Qianlu asked, is it the density of their surrounding mana? Unlike other creatures, elemental creatures relied heavily on mana. The more violent and denser the surrounding mana, the stronger elemental creatures would become. Of course, the reverse was also true. Nodding S-H-I plus Feng said, that's right. The reason why these golems have such high HP is largely due to the violent mana here. So long as we lower the density of the ambient mana or stabilize it, we can nullify the buffs of these golems. Ancient demon courts existed to test players, not to kill them. Thus, there were tricks to raiding every ancient demon court. So long as players found the trick, the raid difficulty would plummet. This was also why S-H-I plus Feng dared to challenge L-Mode Ancient Demon Court with Su Qianlu and the others. After S-H-I plus Feng finished speaking, everyone's eyes glowed in excitement as they turned towards Su Qianlu. Don't look at me. The mana here is too violent. It had taken incredibly powerful mana domain to expel or stabilize the mana here, Su Qianlu said with a bitter smile when she noticed the hopeful gazes everyone was giving her. I might have a peak silver mana body, but my mana control still isn't enough for me to cast a mana domain. After hearing Su Qianlu's words, Happy Snow and Fire Cloud turned toward Blackie. Blackie's mana body was stronger than even Su Qianlu's. Moreover, He had even completed his gold mana body at an 85% completion rate. A mana body of this caliber could rank at the top even among the various superpowers' top-tier talents. Me, scratching his face awkwardly, Blackie said, "I'm no good either. With my control over mana, I don't even know if I can cast a mana domain after reaching tier 4, let alone now." Blackie might have a gold mana body, but the way he obtained it could be considered borderline cheating if he hadn't relied on S.H.I. plus Feng's real-time instructions, and some luck, it would have been impossible for him to construct a gold mana body with an 85% completion rate. In comparison, Su Qianlu had relied entirely on her own efforts to construct her peak mana body. When it came to mana control, she was undoubtedly much better than him. Upon hearing Blackie's helpless words, everyone present despaired a little. If even the team's two strongest magical S players couldn't cast a mana domain, it was even more impossible for everyone else. "You don't need to worry about the matter with the mana domain. I have a solution for that," S.H.I. plus Feng suddenly said. "Just follow my orders afterward and attack the elemental annihilators that charge forward. Magical SES, don't hold anything back and dump everything you have." He has a solution? Su Qianlu couldn't help but look at S.H.I. plus Feng in surprise and confusion. After all, players could only create a mana domain when they had developed their mana control to an extreme level. It wasn't something that could be obtained via words alone. However, before Su Qianlu and the others could figure out S.H.I. plus Feng's words, the elemental golems had already moved within 50 yards of their team. This distance was already within the attack range of Great Lords and Tier 3 players. Tier 3 Sins could even cross this distance in just 2 steps. "Attack!" S.H.I. plus Feng commanded, having already moved within 40 yards of the nearest elemental annihilator. Upon hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's command, everyone stopped holding back and used their skills and spells one after another. The magical S players in particular used their trademark moves right off the bat, bombarding the elemental annihilators charging at the forefront with AoE spells and large-scale combination spells. Some had even used Tier 3 curses. For a time, the land between both sides turned into a sea of flames. The ground also shook violently as if a meteor had just hit the ground. What power? Is this the effect of violent mana? Happy Snow was a little dumbfounded when she saw the devastated battlefield. Even though they were only casting Tier 3 spells, the raw power their spells exuded rivaled Tier 4 spells. Because of their spells, the elemental annihilators had their advance forcibly halted, and damages exceeding 1 million appeared above their heads one after another. However, before everyone could celebrate this situation, what took place next instantly extinguished the confidence they just recovered. The cracks on the elemental annihilators' bodies were rapidly mending, and even their HPs were healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. The recovery speed of these monsters was far superior to the monsters found in the outside world. At this time, the S.H.I. plus ELD-wielding elemental destroyers had also caught up to the elemental annihilators. Then, with their S.H.I. plus ELDs raised, these elemental destroyers blocked the oncoming skills and spells without getting affected in any way. Subsequently, when less than 30 yards separated both sides, and Firecloud and the other tanks were subconsciously trembling while wielding their S.H.I. plus ELDs, "Halt!" A low voice suddenly echoed throughout the team. Immediately afterward, an invisible ripple spread across the entire battlefield, causing the violent mana to settle down and mana density to plummet. Meanwhile, along with these abrupt changes to the ambient mana, all elemental golems standing within the affected area had their movement speeds reduced drastically, and their HPs reduced to less than 1/3 of their original. Moreover, their body sizes had shrunk by half, their basic attributes had fallen by over 30%, and their battle recovery had halted completely. Guild Leader. Chapter 77, Flying Improvements. Chapter 77, Flying Improvements. Su Qianliu's eyes widened in shock as she looked at S.H.I. plus foam. She dared not believe that such a powerful mana domain actually came from S.H.I. plus foam. A mana domain. It was something that only those who had achieved incredible mastery over mana could possess. It should be known that even the various superpowers top-tier geniuses wouldn't necessarily be able to cast a mana domain when they first reached Tier 4. Yet now S.H.I. plus foam had cast a mana domain as a Tier 3 swordsman. Moreover, the strength of his mana domain was so great that it could even suppress Grand Lords in all aspects. This was a feat that she had only ever heard of in rumors. Meanwhile, Happy Snow, who stood guard beside Su Qianliu, was also dumbfounded by this situation. Then, after snapping out of her daze, she asked Su Qianliu, "Is he really just Shadow's former guild leader, Big Sis Qianliu?" At this moment, Su Qianliu and the members of her adventurer team weren't the only ones shocked and confused by this situation. Blackie and the others who had stayed with Shadow all these years also couldn't help but doubt their eyes as they looked at S.H.I. plus foam. Brother Foam. No, guild leader. You. Blackie was at a loss for words as he looked at S.H.I. plus Feng's mana domain, compared to the shock he received when he received the Holy Annihilation mana technique from S.H.I. plus foam previously. The shock he felt now was many times greater. There were more than 10,000 Great Lord and Grand Lord ranked elemental golems here. Yet, now, with just one move, S.H.I. plus foam had crippled every one of these powerful monsters. All right, I know what you want to say, but our priority now is to clear out these elemental golems first, S.H.I. plus foam said as he pointed at the golems ahead. Right, we have to get rid of these golems first. Immediately, Blackie, Su Qianliu, and the others promptly snapped out of their daze and got serious. Then, following S.H.I. plus Feng's command, the melee players of the team charged at the elemental annihilators. Due to S.H.I. plus Feng's mana domain, the mighty elemental golems were nothing but a joke now. Under the mana domain's effects, not only did the golems lose a significant portion of their basic attributes and HP, but their reaction speeds had also dropped by 30% or more. Now, instead of being stronger than their counterparts in the outside world, these elemental golems had become weaker instead. For a time, Happy Snow and the team's other melee players slaughtered the elemental annihilators and destroyers, converting these monsters into EXP for everyone. Unlike team dungeons, the monsters in ancient demon courts provided much higher EXP than monsters found in the outside world. It was even more so for the monsters in AHEL mode Ancient Demon Court. After including the level gap bonus, the EXP the elemental golems provided was several times higher than their counterparts in the outside world. In less than 4 hours, the team wiped out the 10,000 plus elemental golems. Meanwhile, the abundant EXP everyone received had boosted Blackie and the others from level 100 to level 103. As for S.H.I. plus Feng, Su Qianliu, and the others, they had leveled up from 102 to 104. In the current miniature ancient world, they were undoubtedly at the forefront when it came to levels. However, compared to the EXP they gained, everyone paid more attention to the loot the elemental golems dropped. As elemental creatures, the elemental golems did not drop any coins. Instead, They dropped magic crystals and various types of elemental cores. On average, a magic crystal would drop for every 2 or 3 elemental destroyer killed. Magic crystals was a hard currency on the market. It was needed for many aspects of D's domain. Since players weren't allowed to bring magic crystals with them when they entered the miniature ancient world, the current market value of magic crystals was around 50 silver each. Moreover, one wouldn't necessarily be able to buy any magic crystals even if one had the money. Yet, now, the elemental golems had dropped over 6,000 magic crystals. In addition, the elemental golems also dropped over 1,000 level 100 and level 105 weapons and equipment. Although they were all at the fine gold rank, they were still better than the level 100 secret silver ranked beginners equipment. Seeing the elemental golems drop over 1,000 fine gold weapons and equipment, everyone couldn't help but be amazed by the L mode ancient demon court's profitability. If they came here at level 150, the harvest they could acquire would be sively beneficial to their guild. Guild leader, something good dropped, Blackie said excitedly as he ran up to a plus foam with a dark red plate armor in his hands. Tier 3 mana equipment, Plus foam also grew interested when he saw the magic patterns and magic arrays engraved on the chest piece. Mana equipment was different from conventional equipment. They were not divided by ranks, only tiers. The boost to basic attributes mana equipment provided was also changed according to the user's level. They were similar to epic weapons and equipment in a sense. Moreover, the basic attributes mana equipment provided could rival the average epic weapon and equipment. The skills and spells that came with mana equipment even possessed superior effects than most epic weapons and equipment. The only flaw with mana weapons and equipment was the fact that they were consumables. They would become useless once their durability ran out. They couldn't be repaired from conventional equipment. It is indeed tier 3 mana equipment, but it isn't the same mana equipment that we know, Blackie said, shaking his head. Then, in an even more excited tone, he continued, instead, it's a piece of ancient mana equipment. I've already had Qianlu check it, and this ancient mana equipment doesn't have the same durability limitation as ordinary mana equipment. We can replenish its durability using magic crystals. How many pieces did we get? Plus Fong asked, his eyes lighting up in excitement when he heard Blackie's words. According to Blackie's introduction, this ancient mana equipment was none other than the mainstream equipment used in the greater D's domain. If they could collect a full set of this ancient mana equipment, the boost in combat power it could provide to a player would surpass even that of an epic set equipment. After all, apart from providing players with a significant amount of basic attributes, this ancient mana equipment could also help players significantly in their control over mana, skills, and spells. It could even help players with their combat techniques to a certain extent. Meanwhile, Blackie chuckled and raised 5 fingers upon hearing plus Feng's question. 5 pieces, plus Foam grew a little disappointed when he saw Blackie's response. If only 5 pieces dropped, there definitely weren't enough to make a set. The average mana equipment came in 6-piece sets, while the best came in 8-piece sets. Meanwhile, mana equipment that wasn't in a complete set would only be slightly stronger than dark gold equipment of the same level. No, it's 50 pieces. A whopping 50 pieces dropped. We hit the jackpot this time. Blackie laughed. Moreover, out of these 50 pieces, we managed to come up with 6 complete sets. 3 sets are for physical melee CLA. SES. 1 is for physical range CLA. SES. And 2 are for magical CLA. SES. Can you speak in full next time? H.I. plus Fong rolled his eyes at Blackie. Inwardly, though, he was very excited over this situation. 6 sets of ancient mana equipment would greatly help their current team. I already brought a physical melee set here for you. Here, try it on, Blackie said as he took the remaining 5 set pieces out of his bag. You are Zero Wings Guild leader, after all. Others will laugh at us if you keep wearing beginner's equipment. When S.H.I. plus Fong took a look at the equipment he currently used, he felt that Blackie's words made sense. Although the Winter of Eternal Night was a fragmented legendary weapon, it was still no excuse for him to wear beginner's equipment as Zero Wings Guild leader. Zero Wing would become a joke if others saw him in such a state. Chapter 78, Tier 4 Threshold. Chapter 78, Tier 4 Threshold. As soon as S.H.I. plus Fong put on the Knight W.A. Chur set, the Tier 3 Ancient Mana set equipment, his aura instantly underwent a complete transformation. S.H.I. plus Fong had to admit that the Knight W.A. Chur set really made him stand out like a sore thumb. Not only was the armor set strikingly pitch black, but it was also engraved with blood-red runes all over. The armor even emitted a faint black mist. In the blink of an eye, he had gone from looking like an ordinary Pa.S. Serby to looking like a gent who had just stepped out of H.E.L.L. Aside from appearances, the Knight W.A. Chur set also provided a Stonies H.I. plussing bonuses in basic attributes. S.H.I. plus Feng's strength attribute instantly reached the Tier 4 threshold upon donning the armor set. That's right, the Tier 4 threshold. It wasn't just close to reaching the Tier 4 standard. Instead, it was at the Tier 4 standard already. Now, he could exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard even without employing any techniques. At this time, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as a humanoid beast. As for the 5 remaining ancient mana equipment sets, S.H.I. plus Fong allocated them to Blackie, Su Qianlu, Happy Snow, Fire Cloud, and Desolate Star, a ranger and a vice commander in Su Qianliu's adventurer team. Upon distributing these sets, the team's overall combat power instantly increased by a significant margin. Outside the ancient demon court, due to the sky outside darkening, the inside of the cavern also grew darker and colder. Unlike before, there were over 1,000 expert players currently gathered in the cavern, and even the weakest among them was a first-rate expert. The number of Refinement Realm experts had also increased to over 100. Such a team was a force to be wary of no matter which part of D's domain the team was put in. I can't believe the mighty one-eyed ghost actually got toyed by a nameless junior. If the guild leader learns of this, he'll probably laugh for half a year, a wild-looking man carrying a large saber on his back said, laughing as he looked at One-Eyed Ghost. Yet, despite this wild-looking man's ridicule, One-Eyed Ghost had surprisingly chosen to remain silent. He did not do anything else besides glare at the other party to express his dissatisfaction. Seeing One-Eyed Ghost's abnormal behavior, the other members of Nature Hall also chose to remain silent, none of them daring to speak up for him. There was only one person in the guild who dared to speak with One-Eyed Ghost in such a way was none other than Stalwart Bear, Nature Hall's strongest Tier 5 player. In addition, Stalwart Bear was the second strongest expert in the guild after Nature Manifestation, Nature Hall's guild leader, and the guild's only Tier 6 D-ranked expert. Moreover, he was also Tyrant Blade of the 5 Blades, an equivalent ranking list to the 8 Swordmeisters. Since everyone is here already, should we discuss our subsequent plans? Stalwart Bear, a woman with short hair and crimson eyes from 100 Flower Palace, suddenly spoke up. However, her tone indicated that she had no intentions of discussing anything whatsoever despite her words. Meanwhile, as soon as this short-haired woman finished speaking, the silence in the cavern grew even heavier, and many people couldn't help but lower their heads to reduce their presence. Don't tell me they're going to start a fight. When Rain Song saw Stalwart Bear's expression suddenly growing cold, she turned to Cleansed Rue, hoping that she could try to dissuade the short-haired woman from aggravating the already tense situation. Of those present, the only ones qualified to partake. 1. P. 8 in a fight between Stalwart Bear and the short-haired woman were Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost. So, apart from them, and, body else had the qualifications to speak. Don't look at me. There's nothing I can do about Crimson Heart, Cleansed Rue said in a helpless tone. Crimson Heart, 100 Flower Palace's first Vice Guild leader. Whether in terms of combat standards or individual combat power, Crimson Heart was second only to 100 Flower Palace's guild leader. She was an existence that rivaled Tier 6G. D-ranked experts. Even after entering the miniature ancient world, Cleansed Rue still didn't think she could match Crimson Heart. I can't believe you'd actually come to the miniature ancient world, you crazy woman. It seems 100 Flower Palace is betting everything on this place, Stalwart Bear casually said. He remained unfazed even in the face of Crimson Heart's oppressive aura. Aren't you the same, you barbarian? Crimson Heart calmly responded. Well, do you plan on going in or stand guard outside? Go in. Stalwart Bear rolled his eyes at Crimson Heart. Then he sneered and said, Do you think Nature Hall runs a charity? Since these be A-S-T-A-R-D-S dare mess with Nature Hall, they naturally have to pay the price. Isn't it just A-H-E-L Mode Ancient Demon Court? We can clear it any time we want. After hearing Stalwart Bear's words, Crimson Heart took a look at the time. It was nearing 10 hours since S.H.I. plus Feng's team had entered the ancient demon court. After so much time had passed, said even if S.H.I. plus Feng's team was still alive inside, their stamina and concentration should be close to depletion, so it wouldn't be long before they exited the dungeon. Realizing this, Crimson Heart looked at Stalwart Bear and stated, 2 hours. 100 Flower Palace will only wait for 2 hours. After 2 hours, you must enter the dungeon with us. Hearing Crimson Heart's condition, Stalwart Bear cooperatively nodded and said, So be it. I refuse to believe they can last for that much longer. Meanwhile, after Stalwart Bear and Crimson Heart ended their discussion, everyone couldn't help but sigh in relief. One-Eyed Ghost and Cleansed Rue were especially relieved. After all, they knew just how important the ancient demon court meant for their 2 guilds. They couldn't afford to be careless with it at all. If they wasted too much time waiting for Su Qianliu's team to come out, there was a high risk of the various superpowers finding out and coming to contest it. If that happened, their chances of acquiring the ancient demon court would reduce significantly. Meanwhile, inside the ancient demon court, guild leader, the boss has appeared. Chapter 79, Mana Equipment Sets Effects. Chapter 79, Mana Equipment Sets Effects. Upon hearing the Sin Scouts report, S.H.I. plus Fong promptly assembled the resting members of his team and made his way to the Sin's location. Even though everyone had already been fighting in the ancient demon court for 10 long hours, none of them showed any signs of exhaustion. On the contrary, every one of them wore excited expressions on their faces. After grinding in the ancient demon court for many hours, everyone had to admit that A-H-E-L mode ancient demon court was a paradise for players. After killing only 2 groups of 10,000 plus elemental golems, Blackie and the others new to the miniature ancient world had already reached level 104. H.I. plus Feng, Su Qianlu, and the members of Su Qianliu's adventurer team had even reached level 105. However, compared to levels, what surprised everyone more was the ancient mana equipment they acquired. Originally, they only had enough pieces to complete 3 sets. Now, they had 11 complete sets and 26 individual pieces. However, considering the guild's future development, S.H.I. plus Feng did not distribute the 5 new sets to anyone. Instead, he intended to put these sets into the guild warehouse and let guild members exchange for them using points. N.O. Body objected to S.H.I. plus Feng's decision either. On the contrary, everyone strongly supported it. The Tier 3 ancient mana equipment sets were incredibly valuable. Previously, the people S.H.I. plus Feng had signed the sets to her Zero Wings Corps executives, such as Su Qianlu, her 2 vice commanders, and the talented Happy Snow. Every one of them was a refinement realm expert. As for Blackie, he was the person in charge of guild affairs. He also had a gold mana body. Thus, it wasn't strange for him to receive a set as well. Apart from those 5 players, the others were essentially equals. If S.H.I. plus Feng allocated the 5 new sets to someone, those who didn't get chosen would probably feel unreconciled. In that case, the wisest and fairest method of distributing these sets would be to put them up for exchange using GCPs. Everyone would have to rely on their own abilities to acquire the sets. There was also no need to worry that N.O. Body would try to exchange the sets. Everyone had already witnessed the set in action before, and they couldn't help but drool over it. Before Blackie donned his ancient mana equipment set, the Grand Lord-ranked elemental annihilators were still tough opponents for him. However, after putting on the set, every one of his Tier 3 offensive spells could easily impact the movements of the elemental annihilators. If he used a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell, he could even heavily injure the elemental annihilators. Overall, the set had doubled the power of his spells. Compared to the ancient mana equipment set, the 6-piece epic equipment sets he had seen in the past might as well be wall decorations. Those without the mana equipment set weren't the only ones surprised by the set's effects. Su Qianlu was also surprised by the effects. The average epic weapon and equipment could only grant players powerful basic attributes, physique bonuses, and additional skills. However, the mana equipment set was different. Although it didn't provide as huge of a boost to basic attributes, the boost it provided to the power and control of the user's skills and spells was on an entirely different level. As an X-Tier 4 player, Su Qianlu could cast her spells with a 90% completion rate on average and 95% at best previously. However, after receiving the mana equipment set's bonuses, she could cast all of her Tier 3 spells at 100% completion rate, with some even reaching up to 102%. A 10% increase might not seem like much, but beyond 85%, every 1% increase in completion rate would improve a skill or spell's effects by at least 10%. That number would increase to 20% or higher past the 100% completion rate threshold. In other words, Su Qianlu had the effects of her spells improved by at least 100% after putting on the mana equipment set. At this time, Su Qianlu even had the illusion that her current self was not much weaker than when she was still a Tier 4 in the outside world. She was only missing a few Tier 4 spells and a stronger physique. Meanwhile, if even the ancient demon court's mobs had already provided such a huge harvest, the harvest they could acquire from clearing the ancient demon court would be unimaginable. Subsequently, after everyone ran for some time, they arrived in front of a dilapidated tower. Although a huge portion of the tower had crumbled away due to the erosion of time, the tower still measured over 200 meters in height. It looked like a huge mountain as it stood in the middle of the settlement. Meanwhile, situated at the bottom of this tower was a gigantic, pitch-black snake with 2 heads. Each of the snake's heads was the size of a 2-story house, and the snake's body measured over 100 meters in length. If it wasn't curled up right now, it could probably oversee the entire settlement if it decided to extend its body. The system must be insane. How can anyone get past a twin-headed destruction snake? Blackie cried out in frustration as he looked at the slumbering snake ahead. The twin-headed destruction snake. It was one of the top-ranking demonic beasts found during ancient times. Although its life rating was only slightly stronger than the average archaic species and nowhere near dragons, they were much more formidable than dragons in certain aspects, specifically the twin-headed destruction snake's eyes of destruction. The demonic beast's eyes of destruction could launch powerful mental attacks against all targets they gazed upon. Depending on the target's strength, the eyes of destruction could even destroy the target's soul. Meanwhile, mental attacks were the most difficult type of attack to block in G. D's domain, since players' defense was utterly useless against it. Players could only rely on their mental fort. 1, 2 to resist them. If players failed to resist the twin-headed destruction snake's mental attacks, their souls would crumble, and they would die on the spot. Twin-headed destruction snake, ancient demonic beast, mythic, level 10640 billion. As expected of an ancient demon court, it's no wonder why the various superpowers are the only ones capable of raiding ancient demon courts. This difficulty simply isn't something we can tackle, Firecloud said with a bitter smile. In Firecloud's opinion, the twin-headed destruction snake before them was even more frightening than a dragon of the same level and tier. Its HP of 40 billion was simply maddening. There was simply no way they could finish off the boss before they exhausted their concentration. 40 billion HP? Su Qianlu also couldn't help but gasp when she saw the twin-headed destruction snake stats. Originally, she thought they had a chance of raiding the L mode ancient demon court successfully after their team had received such a significant boost in strength. However, looking at the twin-headed destruction snake, she realized that it was merely wishful thinking, setting aside the boss's combat standards. Just the boss's eyes of destruction and frightening HP was already more than enough to dash any hopes for them to raid it. This was no longer a matter of lacking basic attributes. Faced against Tier 4 mythic ranked eyes of destruction, Tier 3 players would last no more than 5 minutes before their souls crumbled. Meanwhile, killing the twin-headed destruction snake in 5 minutes was nothing but a fool's dream. It's a twin-headed destruction snake. At this time, Fong also frowned when he looked at the slumbering twin-headed snake. Although he had long since known that it wouldn't be easy to raid a L mode ancient demon court, he didn't think that his luck would be this bad. Before reaching level 120, the average L mode ancient demon court would only be an ordinary superior mythic. Although the boss they currently faced wasn't a superior mythic, it was a top-ranking ancient demonic beast. After factoring in the bonuses in HP and basic attributes the twin-headed destruction snake received for being a dungeon boss, it was a much more challenging opponent than the average superior mythic found in the outside world. TL notes: I will be using equipment set instead of set equipment from now on to make it easier to describe sets in plural. Chapter 80, 10 million with one sword. Chapter 80, 10 million with one sword. Should we retreat now, guild leader? Blackie asked as he looked toward Fong. Without a Tier 4 team, there was no way they could take down the twin-headed destruction snake. It didn't matter even if they had a mana domain on their side. This was because top-tier ancient demonic beasts were born with mana domains. Thus, unless they had a master magic barrier, they would have no choice but to fight the twin-headed destruction snake at its peak. Retreat I plus Fong rolled his eyes at Blackie. We went through a lot of trouble to get here. How can we just retreat? But we'll suffer a huge loss if we fail to kill the boss and die, Blackie said reluctantly as he looked at his own level. We'll only lose 20% EXP if we get killed by mobs inside the ancient demon court. But if we get killed by the final boss, we'll lose an entire level. Had they challenged the twin-headed destruction snake before they increased their levels, they could have just challenged it without any worries. However, everyone on the team had already reached level 104 or level 105. They had already said most players in the outside world in terms of level. Most importantly, level 105 was a small milestone that allowed players to equip level 105 weapons and equipment. So long as everyone on the team equipped themselves with level 105 fine gold equipment, they could head to a level 110 map to train and widen the gap between them and other players. After all, due to the significant level suppression in the miniature ancient world, even refinement realm experts wouldn't dare to grind in level 110 maps before reaching level 105. However, if they got team wiped by the final boss now, they would lose a significant portion of the advantages they had ACCU mulat in the ancient demon court. Plus Fong naturally understood what was going through Blackie's mind. Smiling, he said, although this twin-headed destruction snake is powerful, we aren't without a chance. We still have a chance. Blackie was stunned. Then, he subconsciously turned to the twin-headed destruction snake in the distance. He had a feeling that their entire team combined wouldn't even be enough to fill one of the twin-headed snake's mouths. Su Qianlu and the others also felt that plus Fong was joking with them when they heard his words. After all, body on their team could last more than a few minutes against the twin-headed destruction snake's eyes of destruction. We naturally aren't able to resist the eyes of destruction for long periods. After stretching his body a little, plus Fong chuckled and said, but what if we make it so that it can't open its eyes for long periods? Preventing it from opening its eyes. Su Qianlu grew confused as she watched plus Fong walk forward. But where would we find enough experts to target all of its eyes? The simplest method to deal with the twin-headed destruction snake was to target its eyes of destruction. So long as one could seal its eyes, the twin-headed destruction snake would be no different than an ordinary mythic monster. However, the twin-headed destruction snake had a total of 8 eyes, 4 on each head. The boss also possessed strong regenerative strength, and it could repair any injuries in just 1 second. Meanwhile, even the boss could launch its mental attacks if even one of its eyes remained open. In other words, players needed to attack all 8 eyes once every second. Moreover, these attacks needed to destroy all 8 eyes. To make matters worse, the twin-headed destruction snake's combat standard was at the Trial Tower's 7th floor early stage standard. Thus, it'd take at least 8 refinement realm experts to accurately target and destroy the boss's eyes. Currently, setting aside whether they had enough basic attributes, they didn't even have 8 refinement realm experts on the team. However, plus Fong did not bother explaining himself. Instead, he looked towards Su Qianlu and asked, "Can you guys seal 4 of its eyes?" After thinking for a moment, Su Qianlu said, "If it's only 4 eyes, me, Happy Snow, Fire Cloud, and Desolate Star can just barely handle 1 each. That's enough, then. I'll take care of the other head by myself." Plus Fong said, nodding. "Everyone else, just focus on dealing damage. Tanks, your job is to prevent the boss from charging into the crowd and using AoE attacks. Healers, all you need to do is keep the 5 of us healed. You are going to seal an entire head by yourself. Guild leader?" Su Qianlu couldn't help but be stunned when she heard plus Feng's words. Wouldn't that put a lot of pressure on you? Su Qianlu recalled that S.H.I. plus Feng was quite strong before she left Shadow. Even so, he was only at the half-step refinement realm standard back then. Of course, it had been several years since she left Shadow, so S.H.I. plus Feng must have made some improvements during this period. The fact that S.H.I. plus Feng managed to cast such a powerful mana domain was proof of that. Meanwhile, seeing that he had made such significant improvements in his mana control, he should have made some improvements in his combat standard as well. At this time, he might have already reached the Flowing Water Realm or the Flowing Water Realm's peak. However, destroying 4 Eyes of Destruction in 1 second wasn't an easy task. It was especially true when S.H.I. plus Feng needed to face the twin-headed Destruction Snake's physical and mental attacks. While doing so, even a Void Realm expert would have trouble accompli. H.I. Plusing such a feat in addition, the twin-headed Destruction Snake's high HP meant that they would be in for a long battle. Meanwhile, a long battle also meant more chances to make mistakes, and even one slip-up in this battle could cost everyone their lives. However, before Su Qianlu could finish speaking, S.H.I. plus Feng had already charged toward the twin-headed Destruction Snake. Subsequently, when S.H.I. plus Feng moved within 100 yards of the twin-headed Destruction Snake, the boss immediately woke up, lifted its head, and opened its 8 eyes. When the 8 crimson eyes the size of study desks opened, everyone's worlds had seemingly distorted, and everyone had difficulty telling which direction was which. At the same time, an intense headache assaulted everyone's minds, making it impossible for them to stay calm. Its mental attacks are too strong. We can't even get close at this rate. Firecloud said, clenching his teeth as he looked at the twin-headed Destruction Snake. Meanwhile, Su Qianlu also frowned in this situation, her complexion paling slightly from the intense headache she experienced. At this time, her head hurt so much that she couldn't even cast a Tier 3 spell, much less attack the boss with S.H.I. plus Feng. However, while everyone was despairing over the situation, S.H.I. plus Feng had jumped into the air and arrived above the twin-headed Destruction Snake's heads. Then, he unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night in midair. Close those D.A.M. net eyes. 8 extreme slashes. The next moment, S.H.I. plus Feng brandished the Winter of Eternal Night, creating 8 crescent moons that tore through S.P.A.C. and landed on the twin-headed Destruction Snake's 8 eyes. The boss had just opened its eyes, so it couldn't keep up with S.H.I. plus Feng's actions at all. PSH, roar! The twin-headed Destruction Snake's 2 heads let out a painful howl, the intense pain coming from its eyes causing its massive body to distort and flatten the surrounding streets. Subsequently, frightening damages appeared above the twin-headed Destruction Snake's left head one after another. Minus 1,035,445. Minus 2,130,546. Minus 1,120,648. Damages exceeding 1 million appeared one after another, the total damage racking up to over 10 million and causing everyone to gape in shock. Chapter 81, HELL Modes Evaluation. Chapter 81, HELL Modes Evaluation. Everyone gaped in shock at the damage S.H.I. plus Feng dealt. Big Sis Qianlu, didn't you say that the guild leader was only a Tier 3 half-step refinement realm expert before? Are you sure he's not a half-step domain realm monster instead? Happy Snow asked as she looked toward Su Qianlu dubiously. She could more or less accept that S.H.I. plus Feng possessed a mana domain. After all, a mana domain was the product of having superb control over mana. However, the 8 Extreme Slashes technique was an advanced combat technique that even sword-wielding Tier 5 experts had difficulty executing. Any expert capable of executing this technique below Tier 6 was more than qualified to compete for a spot among the 8 Swordmeisters. This Su Qianlu was momentarily rendered speechless. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry in this situation. The little girl beside her had never doubted her words before today. Yet, this was already the second time she had questioned her today. However, rather than getting angry, Su Qianlu was ecstatic at being questioned. If she were to point out what was most important in D's domain, she would have only one answer: experts. It was especially true for monster-caliber experts capable of fighting thousands by themselves. Why could Shadow never become a first-rate guild after developing in D's domain for a decade? Why could Su Qianliu's adventurer team never enter the ranks of well-known adventurer teams in the Black Dragon Empire? The answer was simple. It was because they lacked a truly powerful expert to protect the guild's interests. Take Tier 6 D-ranked experts, for example. Even if a guild had only one Tier 6 D-ranked expert and 0 Refinement Realm experts, it would be publicly recognized as a top-tier first-rate guild, and even the various superpowers wouldn't dare to mess around with it for no good reason. Zero Wing might be a new guild right now, but so long as it had a half-step domain realm expert like S.H.I. plus Feng leading it, it'd have no trouble rising through the ranks of D's domain at all. At this time, apart from Su Qianlu, the other members of Su Qianliu's adventure team also grew excited, their confidence in Zero Wing's future skyrocketing. Meanwhile, when S.H.I. plus Feng saw that everyone was still staring at him idly, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile helplessly. Then he asked, "How long are you guys going to continue watching? Can you start fighting the boss now?" S.H.I. plus Feng wasn't surprised by everyone's reaction to his show of strength. On the contrary, this was the effect he wanted. After all, a guild's leader needed to be someone that members could put their trust in. Although Su Qianlu had joined Zero Wing with her adventurer team, the loyalty of her adventurer team's members remained with her, not him. If he wanted to have these experts follow his orders willingly, he needed to let them understand his strength. Otherwise, he'd have a challenging time ahead of him as Zero Wing's guild leader. After S.H.I. plus Feng finished speaking, everyone promptly recovered their senses and began attacking the twin-headed destruction snake. Moreover, body showed any resistance toward S.H.I. plus Feng's orders any longer. Now, everyone followed his orders with respect and expectations. Meanwhile, with Su Qianlu and the other refinement realm experts joining in, the team quickly sealed all 8 of the boss's eyes of destruction. Now, everyone simply needed to give their all in attacking the boss without having to bother about anything else. Speed up the damage output. The boss's recovery speed will only increase as the battle progresses. All melee players pay attention to the boss's tail swipe and magic attacks. S.H.I. plus Feng issued commands to the team one after another while repeatedly destroying 4 of the 8 eyes of destruction. In reality, S.H.I. plus Feng was more than capable of handling all 8 eyes of destruction by himself. After all, not only did he have his experiences as a Tier 6 sword D in his previous life, but his strength attribute had also reached the Tier 4 threshold already. The twin-headed destruction snake's mental attacks were no trouble to him either. These mental attacks might affect other players, but they were no different than a gentle breeze to him. The threat level of these mental attacks wasn't even comparable to that of the boss's Tier 4 skills and spells. However, when considering Zero Wing's future development, SHI plus Foam decided to use the twin-headed destruction snake to train everyone. After all, opportunities for players to come across mental attacks in D's domain were few and far between. Meanwhile, players could develop their concentration standard by a certain extent when defending against mental attacks. Thus, it was fine even when Su Qianlu and the others slipped up and allowed the other four eyes of destruction to regenerate from time to time. Their mistakes would allow everyone to experience the boss's mental attacks. Then, everyone could figure out ways to adapt or resist these mental attacks. Subsequently, time said by quickly, without realizing it. Everyone had already fought against the twin-headed destruction snake for over an hour and whittled the boss's HP to just 10%. When the boss's HP reached 10%, it also entered a berserk state. Although its basic attributes remain unchanged, it started releasing AoE mental ripples even with all 8 of its eyes destroyed. Although these Tier 4 mental ripples weren't as powerful as the direct Tier 4 mental attacks from before, they were still very effective against Tier 3 players. While subjected to stinging pain in their mind and body, everyone couldn't exert more than 50% of their combat power. This situation forced everyone to find a way to defend against the mental ripples while attacking the twin-headed destruction snake. As a result, the fall of the boss's HP slowed down significantly, and casualties also began appearing one after another. Meanwhile, faced with this dangerous situation, everyone's minds became even more focused, which, in turn, subtly improved everyone's concentration standard. Eventually, though, the twin-headed destruction snake still fell under everyone's attacks, and countless particles of holy light started raining down from the sky, brightly illuminating the dusky sky. We won. We did it. Awesome. We actually got the first clear of a L mode Ancient Demon Court. The surviving members of the team collapsed to the ground and cheered when they saw the light shower and the twin-headed destruction snake's corpse. At this time, even Su Qianlu had a hard time believing that they had completed the raid. On the main continent, ancient demon courts were the various superpowers' exclusive playground. Although first-rate guilds could also raid an ancient demon court, several first-rate guilds would need to work together to do so. Yet, now, their newly established guild had just raided an ancient demon court. Moreover, it was even a L mode Ancient Demon Court. While everyone was cheering in celebration, a golden glow enveloped many players in the team as these people leveled up from 104 to 105. As for those who were originally at level 105 already, they saw their experience bars filling up by a large margin. The amount of EXP the twin-headed destruction snake gave was enough to make up for 2 days' worth of solo grinding. At the same time, the system's mechanical voice also entered everyone's ears. System, congratulations. Zero Wing has obtained the first clear for the L mode Ancient Demon Court, rewarding all Partic 1P ants with 10 miniature Ancient World Reputation points and 5 Legacy Skill points. Loot quality upgraded by 1 rank. Guild's World Reputation plus 500. System, raid evaluation for the L mode Ancient Demon Court is S rank. S rank. CRAP. We got an S rank evaluation. Blackie couldn't help but rub his eyes in shock when he read the pop-up notification before him. Am I dreaming? No way. Firecloud was also thunderstruck after he took a closer look at the system notification. It really is an S rank evaluation. The Ancient Demon Court had 5 evaluation ranks: D, C, B, A, and S. However, even when raiding the hard mode Ancient Demon Court, the various superpowers could usually only obtain an A rank evaluation. Yet now, their team had obtained an S rank evaluation for L mode. This situation simply felt unrealistic. Of those present, only S, H, I plus Feng found this outcome normal. The ancient demon court's evaluation system was based on two main criteria: time and casualty count. For the first criteria, the average clear time for the H, E, L mode ancient demon court was around 16 hours, so their clear time of under 12 hours was considerably fast. For the second criteria, a team would receive an excellent result so long as the number of deaths did not exceed 200. The fact that they were the first team to clear this H, E, L mode ancient demon court also added bonus points to their evaluation. Thus, it wasn't impossible for them to acquire an S-rank evaluation. Chapter 82, Astonies.H.I. Plussing Reward. Chapter 82, Astonies. H.I. Plussing Reward. When the system notification ended, hundreds of items started raining down from the sky. Every one of these items radiated a dazzling golden glow, some of them even radiating a purplish golden glow coupled with a frightening amount of mana. In a matter of moments, the several hundred items reached the ground and formed a small mountain in front of everyone. Meanwhile, when everyone saw these items, their mouths watered and their eyes turned red. So, this is the loot of L mode ancient demon court. When Blackie saw the many epic items and several unidentifiable items among the mountain of loot, his eyes widened in shock. I doubt even a superior mythic's loot can match 10% of the loot here, Happy Snow commented, her eyes glowing in excitement as she looked at the loot mountain. When their adventurer team had been operating in the Black Dragon Empire, the strongest boss they had fought was a superior mythic. However, the quality of the loot that superior mythic dropped was nowhere near being a comparison to the twin-headed destruction snake's loot. Even without checking the exact quality of the items dropped, she could already tell just how amazing the dropped items were simply through the intensity of the mana they radiated. The mana the several unidentifiable items radiated was especially frightening. There was no way these items could be mere epic items. This left them with only one possibility: fragmented legendary items. Even after their adventurer team had fought hard in the Black Dragon Empire for many years, they had not obtained even one fragmented legendary item before. Yet, now, as many as 4 fragmented legendary items have dropped. We really hit the jackpot this time. S.H.I. plus Feng also couldn't help but grow excited when he scanned the items on the ground. This was because he had noticed 2 familiar items among the pile of loot. One was the key to the ancient demon court's outer gate, and the other was the teleportation stone for the inner zone. Both these items were crucial in taking control of the ancient demon court. With these 2 items, he could turn this ancient demon court into Zero Wing's private playground, and there would be nothing outsiders could do about it. Immediately, S.H.I. plus Feng stepped forward and collected these 2 items. But these 2 items I have never seen before. S.H.I. plus Feng collected the 2 other items that radiated a frightening amount of mana. Of the 2, one was a dark gray crystal inscribed with runes, and the other was a sealed wooden box. Having never seen the 2 items before, S.H.I. plus Feng used appraisal eyes on them. How is this possible? S.H.I. plus Feng instantly lost his composure when the 2 items' stats appeared before him, his eyes colored with shock. Did something good drop, guild leader? Blackie curiously asked when he noticed the shock on S.H.I. plus Feng's face. No, these aren't just good items. These are priceless treasures, S.H.I. plus Feng said, laughing as he looked at the 2 items in his hands. If these 2 items were merely fragmented legendary items, S.H.I. plus Feng would have only been a little excited. However, the ident, one supply of the two items before him had completely exceeded his expectations. Any one of them could cause the entire D's domain to go crazy. The dark gray crystal was named the Settlement Rune Crystal. Although this item did not have a rank, it was a priceless treasure in the miniature ancient world. This was because this crystal could be used to summon an ancient settlement in any location in the miniature ancient world. At this time, the various powers of D's domain had yet to even find a place to settle down in the various NPC cities, let alone establish a foothold outside of NPC cities. So, the value of an ancient settlement went without saying. As for the item sealed inside the wooden box, it was similarly an amazing item. The ancient mana equipment set design. Unlike the mana equipment set he currently wore, the set recorded in this design did not have its stats restricted to Tier 3. Instead, it followed the rank system of mainstream equipment used in the greater D's domain. The design recorded the production method of two sets. The first set was a dark gold ranked 8-piece set that could be used from level 100 to level 120, while the second set was an epic ranked 8-piece set that could be used from level 100 to level 150. The main material used to produce the dark gold set was magic crystals, and 1,000 magic crystals were needed for each production attempt. As for the supplementary materials needed, although they were rare, they weren't particularly expensive. Overall, it'd take only around 100 gold to gather one set of secondary materials. Although the dark gold mana equipment set's basic attributes couldn't compete against the Tier 3 mana equipment set, the bonuses the dark gold set provided was slightly better. Moreover, the dark gold set was a good fit for the miniature ancient world's environment. If players equipped the set, they could significantly extend their activity time in the fields. If he could equip everyone in the guild with a set, it would boost Zero Wing's speed of development. Blackie, once you head back, see if you can recruit a few Master Forgers and Master Alchemists into the guild. Fong said after giving the matter some thought. The conditions are negotiable, but make sure to keep everything confidential. Master Forgers and Alchemists. Blackie was a little confused by Feng's request. However, he still nodded and said, "Okay, I'll try to find some afterward, but don't get your hopes up. After all, you know how it is with lifestyle masters. Every one of them has a high status in D's domain. It's fine so long as you can get in touch with them." Fong said, smiling. Afterward, Fong had Su Qianlu and the others sort out the remaining loot, the harvest exciting everyone for a long time. The twin-headed destruction snake had dropped over 300 items. 8 were epic items, of which 3 were weapons and 5 were equipment. The weapons were a staff, a short sword, and a longbow. All 3 epic weapons could be used from level 100 to level 150, although not as much as the Tier 3 mana equipment set. Blackie and the others still saw a significant improvement to their combat power when they equipped the epic weapons. Apart from the epic items, the boss had also dropped various legendary and inferior legendary materials. These were all crucial materials in producing epic weapons and equipment. However, compared to the weapons, equipment, and materials, what truly excited Su Qianlu and the others were 3 flutes. This dungeon is simply amazing. I can't believe it drops fine gold and dark gold mounts. Firecloud exclaimed, his eyes glowing as he looked at the 3 differently shaped flutes in Su Qianlu's hand. Mounts might not be considered rare on the main continent today, but the miniature ancient world had only opened recently. So, mounts were practically non-existent here. Players were incapable of flight before they reached Tier 4. And even if they could fly, they couldn't fly very fast or long. However, if players managed to acquire a mount, they could increase their travel speed several times without worrying about stamina consumption. Aside from traveling, mounts could also be used to improve a player's overall combat power. It was especially true for mounts at the fine gold rank or above. A fine gold mount might not have superb combat power. When summoned, they could provide buffs to players, increasing their combat power by at least 20%. Naturally, a dark gold mount would be even stronger. Meanwhile, out of the 3 mounts that the boss had dropped, 1 was the dark gold ranked Thunderwolf, and 2 were the fine gold ranked Shadow Panther. This panther looks so cute. Guild leader, can I have one, please? Happy Snow begged S. H.I. plus phone coquettishly after seeing the sample images of the Shadow Panther. Happy Snow did not ask for the dark gold ranked Thunderwolf, since it would naturally go to S. H.I. plus phone. After all, as the guild leader, S. H.I. plus phone was the face of Zero Wing. It'd be strange if he used an inferior mount or no mount at all. However, it was a different story for the fine gold ranked Shadow Panthers. Brothers before hoes, guild leader. Blackie hurriedly said. He wouldn't have cared who the Shadow Panthers went to if they were on the main continent. However, in the miniature ancient world, a fine gold mount was a powerful tool for leveling. Surprisingly, Firecloud also nodded in agreement with Blackie. He could concede on any other item, but he absolutely would not concede on the cool-looking Shadow Panthers. Seeing that everyone wanted one of the Shadow Panthers, S.H.I. plus phone chuckled and said, since everyone wants them, we'll have the top 10 contributors this time roll the dice. That'd be fair for everyone. Everyone readily accepted S.H.I. plus Feng's suggestion, and the top 10 contributors after S.H.I. plus Feng promptly rolled the dice. After several elimination rounds, the winners of the 2 Shadow Panthers were Blackie and Su Qianlu. However, Su Qianlu had given her Shadow Panther to Happy Snow, causing the young girl to grow ecstatic. All right, now that we've gotten everything we came here for, it's time you follow us back to 100 Flow City. S.H.I. plus Feng said as he looked at Su Qianlu. We'll leave Rock Devil City alone for now, and come back to develop there in the future. Su Qianlu and her companions did not have any objections toward S.H.I. plus Feng's arrangement. They had yet to settle down in Rock Devil City, so it didn't matter even if they changed bases of operation. Afterward, S.H.I. plus Feng led everyone through the portal that had appeared after the boss's death and teleported out of the ancient demon court. Chapter 83, Zero Wing? Chapter 83, Zero Wing? Meanwhile, outside the ancient demon court, chaos had ensued. Not long ago, the glory tablet outside the ancient demon court had suddenly displayed that S.H.I. plus Feng's team had cleared the H.E.L. mode ancient demon court, the tablet listing the names of the players on the team, and the guild the team was affiliated to. Meanwhile, everyone outside the ancient demon court momentarily fell silent upon seeing these names. Zero Wing? What is this guild? Why have I never heard of it? Don't tell me it's the new guild Su Qianliu's adventurer team joined. That's H.E.L. mode we are talking about. How can a new guild clear it? Could it be a bug? The many experts present couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the name of the guild displayed on the glory tablet. With their team strength, even clearing normal mode is going to be a challenge. So how did they manage to clear H.E.L. mode? Could it be that the ancient demon court's H.E.L. mode is only a front? Rain Song wondered as she looked at the pitch-black skull hovering above the entrance portal. Su Qianlu might have been a Tier 4 expert on the main continent, and her adventurer team might have 4 or more refinement realm experts, but such a team lineup was nothing compared to the various first-rate guilds' main force. If even first-rate guilds like Hundred Flower Palace and Nature Hall needed to work together to raid an ancient demon court, there was no way Su Qianliu's team could raid it successfully. Yet, not only did this insignificant team clear the ancient demon court, but it had also done it on the L mode difficulty. This situation was akin to a mockery of their two guilds' inability and foolishness. Big Sis Rue, do you think that we might have misunderstood the miniature ancient world's ancient demon courts? Rain Song asked, voicing her confusion to Cleansed Rue. Could it be that the ancient demon courts here are much easier than we believe them to be? We can't exclude that possibility. Cleansed Rue was also feeling a little dazed as she looked at the glory tablet. She had never expected such an outcome, and she couldn't help but regret her decision to remain outside. Setting aside the L mode ancient demon court's actual difficulty, just the fact that Su Qianliu's team had managed to clear it was undoubtedly a slap to their two guilds' faces. To make matters worse, they had lost the ancient demon court to an unrated guild under a situation where they had mobilized their best experts. If news of this situation got out, their two guilds would become a joke in D's domain. Had she known this would happen, she wouldn't have wasted time waiting for reinforcements outside. Instead, she would have entered the ancient demon court with One-Eyed Ghost immediately after Su Qianliu's team entered it. All right, what's done is done. There's no use for regrets. Crimson Heart, clad in her sacred white armor, said when she saw Cleansed Rue's regretful expression. As a vice guild leader, the first thing you should do isn't to regret, but to figure out how you can make up for your mistakes. Vice guild leader Crimson is correct. One-Eyed Ghost, who was standing some distance away, said when he heard Crimson Heart's words. Then, he revealed a cold smile as he continued, I have indeed underestimated Su Qianliu's new guild. However, this is the end of the line for them. I will let them know how foolish their actions are. The team led by one of the 8 Swordmeisters had actually gotten toyed by a no-name guild. If news of this got out, he would absolutely become a laughingstock. The only way he could salvage this situation now was to kill every member on Su Qianliu's team, take back what was rightfully his, and make the other side into the laughingstock instead. Well said. It's been a while since I've encountered such interesting people. We must take good care of these people and make sure they learn that there are some things that they can't simply lay their hands on. Stalwart Bear said, nodding in agreement with One-Eyed Ghost's words. Then he looked toward Crimson Heart and said, Crazy woman, my suggestion is for us to use our guild war orders and kill them until they delete their accounts. What do you think? The Guild War Order was a privilege afforded to all guilds, and it could be used to lock down an entire map. However, the Guild War Order had limited duration and a considerably long cooldown. If they wanted to lock down a map for a considerable period, they would need to use at least 2 Guild War Orders. Okay, Crimson Heart agreed without hesitation. Do you think Su Qianliu lost her mind? Big Sis Rue? When Rain Song saw Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear agreeing with each other to use their Guild War orders, she couldn't help but pity Su Qianliu and her team. Had she raided with us, she could have more or less acquired some benefits. Yet, she chose to monopolize the ancient demon court right in front of our faces. The Guild War Order was different from magic barriers used to seal maps. Apart from prohibiting teleportation inside the targeted map, the Guild War Order also prevented players from logging out of the game while inside the map. Players would have to walk out of the affected region before going offline. Otherwise, even if players forcibly logged out of the game, their characters would remain in D's domain, and they could still be resurrected, killed, lose items upon death. Moreover, the item drop rate after death would be extremely high. Thus, the Guild War Order could be considered the biggest trump card of the various guilds in D's domain. Unless conflict between 2 guilds had escalated to an unsalvageable point, Guilds wouldn't typically make use of their guild war order. Now that Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear had decided to use 100 Flower Palaces and Nature Hall's guild war orders, one could see just how angry the two of them were. Cleansed Rue remained silent in response to Rainsong's question. This was because she couldn't understand why Su Qianlu would make such a foolish decision, either. Did Su Qianlu really think that her small team could go against their two guilds? Or was she so foolish that she had never considered these problems? However, their two guilds had long since made it clear how much importance they placed on the ancient demon court. Moreover, since Su Qianlu had already told them the ancient demon court's location, her only option was to cooperate. Trying to monopolize the ancient demon court in such a situation was simply foolish. It might be fine if she had failed to monopolize the ancient demon court, but if she succeeded, what she had to face next was the wrath of their two guilds. Meanwhile, the wrath of two top-tier first-rate guilds wasn't something a newly established guild could endure. Faced with such a situation, there would only be one outcome for the new guild: annihilation. Complete and utter annihilation. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Su Qianlu had done exactly that. She had given up on cooperating with their two guilds without hesitation and cleared the ancient demon court in front of them. Of course, there was another possibility, and that was the fact that Su Qianlu had never cared about what their two guilds thought since the very beginning. However, in Cleansed Rue's opinion, the likelihood of that being the case was minuscule. While Cleansed Rue was immersed in her thoughts, an energy ripple suddenly spread from Stalwart Bear. The energy ripple spread across Ama's Civ area, spreading all the way to Rock Devil City and covering nearly half of the city. A guild war order. What's going on? The notification says this is Nature Hall's guild war order. Is Nature Hall declaring an all-out war against another guild? Investigate. Find out which power Nature Hall is trying to target immediately. The activation of Nature Hall's guild war order immediately stirred the various powers based in Rock Devil City, everyone's reactions ranging from curious to fearful. They were curious to find out which power had provoked Nature Hall to a point where the top-tier first-rate guild had used its guild war order, and they were fearful that this guild war order might be targeted at them. Hence, the various powers based on Rock Devil City promptly dispatched a large amount of manpower to look into the situation. Meanwhile, around 20 minutes after Nature Hall activated its guild war order, flashes of light suddenly appeared in front of the ancient demon court's entrance portal one after another. In the blink of an eye, a team of nearly 300 players had appeared in front of 100 Flower Palaces and Nature Hall's members. Chapter 84, Confidence. Chapter 84, Confidence. What? They actually dared to come out. Do these people really think that our two guilds will just let them go after they've cleared the ancient demon court? 100 Flower Palaces and Nature Hall's members couldn't help but be surprised when they saw S.H.I. plus Feng's team appearing in front of the portal. They never thought that S.H.I. plus Feng's team would dare come out so soon. The foolishness of these people had gone beyond their imagination, and ancient demon court in the miniature ancient world was a resource that even the various superpowers would go crazy for, let alone first-rate guilds like 100 Flower Palace and Nature Hall. In their opinion, S.H.I. plus Feng's team must have long since prepared themselves to make an enemy out of their two guilds, and they must be planning on hiding inside the ancient demon court for some time. After all, the guild war order had a limited duration. Even if their two guilds worked together, they could, at most, seal the region for 2 days. Once their two guilds ran out of guild war orders to use, they would have to switch to using magic barriers instead. At that time, it was entirely possible for S.H.I. plus Feng's team to escape. Yet now S.H.I. plus Feng's team had left the ancient demon court less than an hour after clearing it. Wait, their levels, Crimson Heart exclaimed, a look of shock appearing on her face when she looked at Su Qianlu and the players around her. Level 105. Upon hearing Crimson Heart's exclamation, the other members of the two first-rate guilds also used their respective identification skills to check the levels of Zero Wings members. Level 105. How are their levels so high? How did they do it? Everyone was shocked and confused as they looked at the levels of Zero Wings members. In the current miniature ancient world, the average level of mainstream players was only level 102. Even the various superpowers monsters were nowhere near reaching level 105. Past level 100, every subsequent level up in D's domain required a significant amount of EXP. Meanwhile, if players wanted to grind by killing large numbers of Great Lord rank monsters, they would typically need to do so in a team. This meant that they would have to share the EXP among multiple players, which would reduce their grinding efficiency. Overall, it would take an expert around 3 to 5 days to level up once. Even grinding maniacs would still need around 2 to 3 days to level up once. Moreover, this time would further increase as players reached higher levels. Yet, now, Zero Wings members were at level 105 on average. They were at least 10 days ahead of the various superpowers expert teams in terms of leveling progress. If it were on the main continent, a difference of 10 days would be insignificant. However, the miniature ancient world had only opened recently. Having a 10-day lead was Ma's civ advantage. Zero Wings members could even head to level 110 maps to grind and further widen their advantage. However, 100 Flower Palaces and Nature Halls members weren't the only ones in shock right now. Su Qianlu and the others were similarly given a shock after exiting the ancient demon court. 100 Flower Palace's Crimson Heart, stalwart bear of the 5 blades. What's going on? Why are there so many tier 5 experts here? Blackie and the others were both excited and nervous when they saw the 2 first-rate guilds members that were glaring at them. This was a situation they had never encountered during the many years they spent in shadow. Whether it was Crimson Heart or Stalwart Bear, both were myth-like big shots in D's domain. Under normal stances, one would have difficulty meeting even one of them. Yet, now, both of them were gathered at the same location. After including the Frostflame Des Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost of the 8 Swordmeisters, there were a total of 4 Tier 5 experts currently gathered here. Have these 2 guilds lost their minds? They sent nearly half of their Tier 5 experts here, just to secure the ancient demon court. Do they not care about the situation on the main continent anymore? Su Qianliu's complexion paled when she saw Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear. Although she had already expected the 2 guilds to blockade the ancient demon court's entrance, she never expected them to be this desperate. Not only did they dispatch Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost, but they had also dispatched Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear. At this point, the 2 guilds had practically dispatched half of their combat power to the miniature ancient world. Moreover, they had gathered all of it in front of the ancient demon court. In this situation, even with the help of the Tier 3 Ancient Mana equipment sets, their team would be unlikely to escape. Level 105. So, this is your confidence. After both sides remained silent for a moment, a figure suddenly appeared by the teleportation portal. This figure appeared like a ghost, and the aura he radiated also resembled that of a ferocious ghost. Bathed in this aura, Su Qianlu and the others felt as if their bodies had been submerged into a quagmire, and they couldn't help but feel suffocated. It seems One-Eyed Ghost has made significant improvements again, Crimson Heart commented when she saw One-Eyed Ghost charging ahead. Then she turned to Stalwart Bear and indifferently asked, The footwork he used is the bronze footwork phantom ghost, right? That's right. Stalwart Bear nodded in delight. Thus far, he and the guild leader are the only ones who have mastered it. With this footwork, he should have no problems getting into the top 3 in the next Swordmeister compet. 1. Tie-in. While Stalwart Bear was talking, One-Eyed Ghost had also executed his footwork again, instantly arriving in front of Su Qianlu and the others like a ghost. You have really toyed with our 2 guilds, Su Qianlu. It seems all of us have underestimated you, One-Eyed Ghost said as he looked at Su Qianlu. Then he unsheathed the blood-red greatsword on his back and coldly said, "But if you think that you can escape from us just because you have a level advantage, then you are sorely mistaken. You have 2 options right now. The first is to hand over all of the loot and delete your accounts, and the second is for me to kill you until you delete your accounts. Take your pick." As soon as One-Eyed Ghost finished speaking, the players maintaining the magic barrier enveloping the area around the portal also strengthened the barrier's output. Now, apart from reducing Zero Wing's members' basic attributes by 20%, the barrier also reduced their reaction speed by 20%. Chapter 85, Determining Superiority in One Battle. Chapter 85. Determining superiority in one battle. Su Qianlu couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart when she looked at One-Eyed Ghost and the 100-plus refinement realm experts around them. The current situation was completely outside of her expectations. She had never thought that the Guild S.H.I. plus phone created would have such a strong foundation. She also didn't expect S.H.I. plus Feng to set his eyes on the ancient demon court, something which 100 Flower Palace and Nature Hall had already set their sights on, and clear it in HELL mode. Every one of these miracles was essentially a provocation for the 2 first-rate guilds. Although Su Qianlu could empathize with the 2 guilds, she really wanted to say one thing to One-Eyed Ghost right now. She really didn't do it on purpose. However, Su Qianlu also understood that nothing would change, even if she said that now. This was because Zero Wing had already acquired the ancient demon court. If Zero Wing wished to retain owners, HI plus P over the ancient demon court, it would have to fight against the 2 first-rate guilds. After letting out a deep sigh, Su Qianlu said in the team chat, "Guild leader, I will distract One-Eyed Ghost with Fire Cloud. I doubt Crimson Heart, Stalwart Bear, and Cleansed Rue would hurry to take action. If everyone on the team scatters and flees, it is unlikely the 3 of them will pay attention to you. At that time, try to break out of the encirclement. So long as you can break through, our efforts today will not go to waste." Fire Cloud also nodded in agreement. Although they were currently suppressed by a magic barrier, with the effects of their Tier 3 Ancient Mana equipment set, he should have no problems holding One-Eyed Ghost back for some time if he worked together with Su Qianlu. After all, they could already exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard with their Tier 3 skills and spells. With him holding the line at the front and Su Qianlu launching spells at the back, it was entirely possible for them to clash against a monster-level expert like One-Eyed Ghost. Hearing Su Qianlu's words, Blackie and the others also readied themselves to put their lives on the line. However, after seeing everyone's resolve, S.H.I. plus Phone casually looked at One-Eyed Ghost and said, "No need to go through such trouble. If these are all the forces they have here, they cannot stop me." After saying so, S.H.I. plus Fong started walking step by step toward One-Eyed Ghost. "Guild leader." Su Qianlu was stunned when she saw S.H.I. plus Fong walking toward One-Eyed Ghost. She never thought S.H.I. plus Fong could settle for a frontal confrontation. However, before Su Qianlu could react to the situation, S.H.I. plus Fong had already moved within 10 yards of One-Eyed Ghost. Meanwhile, S.H.I. plus Feng's words and actions had also surprised the two first-rate guild's members. "We cannot stop you. What bold words you have there, punk." One-Eyed Ghost's eyes twitched, his expression turning grim as he looked at S.H.I. plus Feng. He never thought that some no-name ant would dare disregard him to such an extent. "It seems you are eager to die first. In that case, I'll grant you your Wisconsin H." Plus, after saying so, One-Eyed Ghost swung his crimson greatsword, sending several crescent blades flying at S.H.I. plus Feng. Advanced combat technique, fragmented moon. The vice commander is really mad now. He actually used one of his ultimate moves right off the bat. That's right. With this, that kid won't last more than a move. Nature Hall's members couldn't help but be awed when they saw the crescent blades flying toward S.H.I. plus Feng. Fragmented Moon was one of One-Eyed Ghost's ultimate moves, and it merged four sword lights to form one crescent blade. Although One-Eyed Ghost was only at Tier 3 right now, every crescent blade he unleashed carried power at the Tier 4 standard. This move simply wasn't a move ordinary experts could block. Even if a well-equipped Tier 3 berserker received one of these crescent blades with their weapon, they would get knocked back by over a dozen steps. A swordsman like S.H.I. plus Feng would fare even worse if he tried to block those crescent blades. Subsequently, when the crescent blades were about to reach S.H.I. plus Feng, S.H.I. plus Feng suddenly brandished the Winter of Eternal Night. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic sounds echoed throughout the cavern. To everyone's surprise, not only did S.H.I. plus Feng shatter the several crescent blades, but he had done so without taking even half a step back. He behaved as if nothing had happened, and he looked at One-Eyed Ghost as if saying, "Is this all you got? Good. It seems you're not all talk." One-Eyed Ghost's expression turned chilly when he saw S.H.I. plus Feng neutralizing his attack. "Let's see how many times you can repeat this." Getting serious, One-Eyed Ghost suddenly transformed into an afterimage. Bronze footwork, Phantom Ghost. For a time, One-Eyed Ghost started appearing and disappearing around S.H.I. plus Feng like a ghost. The afterimages he left behind looked incredibly realistic, making it impossible for others to pinpoint his real body. What speed! Firecloud's expression grew heavy as he watched One-Eyed Ghost flickering around the battlefield. Previously, he thought that he could match One-Eyed Ghost for a moment if he worked together with Su Qianlu. However, looking at things now, he realized that he had been very naive. Currently, he couldn't even keep up with One-Eyed Ghost with his eyes, let alone stop him. Meanwhile, after the afterimages increased to a critical number, they suddenly sent sword lights flying at S.H.I. plus Feng from multiple directions. Is this the strength of one of the 8 swordmeisters? Su Qianlu felt her scalp tingling when she saw the numerous sword lights striking at S.H.I. plus Feng from different directions. Although she had long since known that there was a big gap in strength between her and One-Eyed Ghost, she didn't think it would be this huge. At this time, she couldn't even keep up with One-Eyed Ghost's movements, let alone fight him. Subsequently, just when the countless sword lights were about to cut S.H.I. plus Feng into shreds, S.H.I. plus Feng brandished the Winter of Eternal Night once more. Boom! S.P.A.C. exploded, and a shockwave enveloped a radius of several dozen yards around the epicenter. Immediately afterward, One-Eyed Ghost's figure appeared in front of S.H.I. plus Feng. His crimson greatsword stopped just half a yard away from S.H.I. plus Feng, unable to proceed even an inch forward. He blocked it. Before anyone realized it, a hint of shock and gravity had appeared on One-Eyed Ghost's angry expression. Even Crimson Heart, Stalwart Bear, and Cleansed Rue couldn't help but be surprised and confused as they looked at S. H. I. plus Foam. One-Eyed Ghost's execution of Phantom Ghost was undoubtedly perfect when going up against this footwork. Unless one possessed extraordinary reaction speed and an absolute perception toward one's surrounding environment, it'd be impossible to stop One-Eyed Ghost's attack. Isn't the guild leader a little too amazing? Big Sis Qianlu? He's actually holding his ground against one of the 8 sword meisters. Happy Snow exclaimed, her eyes glittering with excitement when she saw S. H. I. plus Foam holding his ground against One-Eyed Ghost. His strength is on par with a swordmeister. Su Qianlu also grew ecstatic when she saw S. H. I. plus Foam coming out unscathed. At this point, it wouldn't matter even if they lost this battle and had to start a new account. So long as Zero Wing had S. H. I. plus Foam, it was only a matter of time before it became a first-rate guild in G. O. D's domain. Guild leader. As for Blackie and the others, they gaped in shock at this scene, feeling as if they were coming to know S. H. I. plus Foam for the first time. The strength S. H. I. plus Foam previously displayed in the ancient demon court was already plenty surprising. However, the strength he currently displayed was on an entirely different level. This was one of the 8 sword meisters they were talking about, excluding Tier 6G. Oh, D-ranked experts. The 8 sword meisters were the strongest sword-wielding experts in G. O. D's domain. Every one of them stood at the apex of G. O. D's domain, and they could single-handedly threaten a guild. Yet now, S. H. I. plus Foam was standing toe-to-toe with a swordmeister. This meant that he was already standing at the apex of G. O. D's domain. In comparison, Shadow and Lon Hailong were nothing but jokes. Chapter 86, One Sword to Reach the Apex. Chapter 86, One Sword to Reach the Apex. It seems I have really underestimated you. I did not think a domain realm expert would settle down in a small guild. It explains why Su Qianlu dared to openly challenge us, One-Eyed Ghost coldly said as he looked at S. H. I. plus Feng's cloaked figure. However, don't you think you are being overconfident if you think you can provoke our 2 guilds? After saying so, One-Eyed Ghost suddenly vanished from everyone's vision. However, unlike before, One-Eyed Ghost's disappearance this time also caused the surrounding mana to grow rampant, and even S.P.A.C. itself had started trembling. I want to see how many times you can stop my attacks. After learning that S.H. I. plus Foam wasn't an ordinary expert, One-Eyed Ghost stopped holding back, choosing to unleash his mana domain immediately. Then, in conjunction with his bronze footwork, he activated his Tier 3 legacy skill Blood Shadow Thrust. Blood Shadow Thrust was the fastest sword attack One-Eyed Ghost could execute at Tier 3. Upon activating the skill, One-Eyed Ghost would execute 13 consecutive thrusting attacks, each one faster than the one before. When paired with Phantom Ghost, even Stalwart Bear, one of the 5 blades, wouldn't dare to face One-Eyed Ghost directly. This was because the speed of this attack simply wasn't something one could respond to with a Tier 3 physique. Meanwhile, after One-Eyed Ghost vanished from everyone's vision, the only sign indicating that he was still here were the streaks of red light zipping around the battlefield. 1 streak, 3 streaks, 7 streaks. Each streak of red light that appeared moved faster than the other. Even spatial tiers had started appearing around the battlefield by the 9th streak. When S.H. I. plus Foam saw the 13 red light streaks coming for him, he revealed a faint smile. Then, after entering a casual stance, he started Brandis. H. I. plusing the winter of eternal night. Sword's transmigration. Immediately, sword lights also appeared around S.H. I. plus Foam one after another and clashed with the oncoming red light streaks. Boom. Boom, boom. Every sword light caused S.P.A.C. to shatter and the ground to tremble. The intense shock waves and explosions gave everyone the illusion that the sky was falling. When all 13 light streaks disappeared, dust enveloped the entire cavern. Then, once the dust settled, everyone could see two figures standing on the battlefield. At this time, though, one of them was no longer wielding his sword. Or, more specifically, this person's arm, together with his sword, had fallen to the ground. How is this possible? Everyone was stupefied when the dust thoroughly settled. This was because the person who had lost his arm was none other than One-Eyed Ghost. Moreover, his severed arm wasn't the only injury One-Eyed Ghost suffered. There were also numerous deep cuts covering his body, and his HP had sharply fallen under the 25% threshold, entering a critical level. The vice commander actually lost. Nature Hall's members were in disbelief when they saw that One-Eyed Ghost was heavily injured, while S.H.I. plus Foam remained completely unharmed. Although One-Eyed Ghost was no longer as strong as he was on the main continent after entering the miniature ancient world, the techniques and combat standard he cultivated remained. Now that he had also mastered the bronze footwork Phantom Ghost, he could potentially rank among the top 3 of the 8 Swordmeisters. Other than D-ranked experts, there was probably N-O, body capable of defeating One-Eyed Ghost without taking any damage. Yet now, not only did One-Eyed Ghost lose to a no-name swordsman, but he had even suffered a miserable defeat. At this time, One-Eyed Ghost also turned to look at S.H.I. plus Foam, his eyes filled with shock. However, a moment later, he sneered and said, "Your skills truly amaze me. This is the first time I have seen someone capable of such swift attacks at Tier 3. Even the top 3 Swordmeisters pale in comparison. However, if you think that you can act arrogantly in front of our 2 guilds just because of that, you should think again. If you don't hand over the ancient demon court's key, none of you should think of leaving here today." As soon as One-Eyed Ghost finished speaking, healing spells suddenly started landing on him one after another, instantly regenerating his HP back to full. Even his severed arm had regenerated completely. Immediately afterward, the 100 Refinement Realm experts on standby surrounded S.H.I. plus Foam. These people are despicable. I can't believe they're resorting to bullying with numbers after losing a one-on-one fight. Happy Snow said angrily when she saw the many Refinement Realm experts getting ready to fight. "Let's join in as well, Big Sis Qianlu." Nodding, Su Qianlu said, "MHM, everyone get ready. We'll try to blast a hole in the barriers afterward." With the guild leader's skills, he should have no problem escaping the 2 guilds' pursuit. With the help of magic barriers and magic arrays, it wouldn't be a problem for 100 Refinement Realm experts to whittle down a domain realm expert. It was especially true when both sides were still at Tier 3. After all players had limited mana and concentration. Meanwhile, fighting against Refinement Realm experts was an entirely different experience than fighting against ordinary experts. One would need to combine powerful combat techniques and skills to kill Refinement Realm experts. Meanwhile, doing so would put a huge burden on one's stamina and concentration. Hence, in a situation where one didn't have an advantage in tiers, even a domain realm expert wouldn't dare to face 100 well-equipped Refinement Realm experts. Not to mention, Nature Hall and 100 Flower Palace had 4 Apex experts on their side. Just when Su Qianlu and the others were about to reinforce S.H.I. plus Foam, S.H.I. plus Foam glanced at One-Eyed Ghost and indifferently said, "Me? Arrogant? No, it is you people who are arrogant. Do you honestly think you can do anything against me with just 100 Refinement Realm experts?" After saying so, S.H.I. plus Feng took a step toward the nearest refinement realm expert. Then, with him at the center, the mana within a 100-yard radius instantly vanished, the sudden change causing the refinement realm experts and One-Eyed Ghost to feel suffocated. Meanwhile, upon sensing the surrounding mana disappearing and his mana domain getting overwhelmed, One-Eyed Ghost couldn't help but be stunned as he exclaimed, "This is a true mana domain?" However, before One-Eyed Ghost could make any further reactions, S.H.I. plus Feng had already raised the Winter of Eternal Night. Then, concentrating all of the mana he gathered from his surroundings into the sword, he transformed the weapon into a mana greatsword that measured 100 yards in length and swung it. First sword, Light Shadow. Boom. This was the first time S.H.I. plus Feng had executed Light Shadow after his strength attribute had reached the Tier 4 threshold, and everywhere the Sword of Light Pa S. said through transformed into a pitch-black void. Even a Tier 4 mythic monster would suffer serious injuries if struck by this attack. A Tier 3 player would be utterly helpless against this attack. The instant the Sword of Light made contact with One-Eyed Ghost's body, his HP fell to 0 instantly, and even his body had disintegrated into nothingness. Meanwhile, after S.H.I. plus Feng completed his attack, an unprecedented silence enveloped the cavern as everyone dazedly stared at the broken S.P.A.C. around S.H.I. plus Feng. Chapter 87, True Monster. Chapter 87, True Monster. He died. I must be dreaming. How can he kill 100 refinement realm experts in one move? This must be a dream. 100 Flower Palaces and Nature Halls members couldn't help but doubt their eyes when they saw One-Eyed Ghost and the 100 refinement realm experts evaporating from the battlefield. They were aware that Civ gaps could exist even between Tier 3 experts. Take One-Eyed Ghost, for example. They were unlikely to beat him even if they ganged up on him. However, even though they couldn't beat him, they could see and understand why they were inferior to him. The current situation, though, was something they couldn't even understand. At this time, let alone the 2 guilds experts, even Su Qianlu, and the others were flabbergasted by this situation. The attack S.H.I. plus Feng just executed had already exceeded their common sense of what a Tier 3 player was capable of, and it was something none of them had seen before. What just happened, Big Sis Rue? Why couldn't I sense even a bit of mana fluctuation coming from him just now? Rain Song asked as she turned to cleansed Rue, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. That attack's power was close to reaching the Tier 4 peak standard. How can a Tier 3 player like him unleash such power without using any Tier 3 super skills? S.P.A.C. in G. Oh, D's domain was incredibly stable, and attacks would typically have to reach the Tier 4 peak standard to shatter S.P.A.C. into oblivion. Unless a Tier 3 player used a Tier 3 ancient super skill or spell, it should be impossible for them to achieve such power. However, Rain Song had failed to sense any mana fluctuations coming from S.H.I. plus Feng just now. In other words, S.H.I. plus Feng had unleashed that extraordinary attack just now without employing the use of any skills or spells. Instead, he had relied entirely on his techniques to execute that attack. Even as someone who used to be at the peak of Tier 4, Rain Song had never heard of a Tier 3 player being able to execute an attack at the Tier 4 peak standard. He should have used some kind of mana technique just now, Cleansed Rue said, a grim expression on her face as she looked at S.H.I. plus Feng. However, out of all the mana techniques I know, none of them are capable of unleash H.I. plusing such destructive power. You two can stop guessing. That was indeed a mana technique, Crimson Heart suddenly said as she watched the S.P.A.C. around S.H.I. plus foam slowly mending itself. But this mana technique should be AGOD's legacy. AGOD's legacy? Upon hearing Crimson Heart's words, Rain's Song immediately turned to look at S.H.I. plus foam, her voice trembling as she muttered, "Doesn't that mean he is MHM? It is just as you guessed." Look at S.H.I. plus foam. Crimson Heart's complexion sank slightly as she said, "He should be a tier 6 sword G.O.D. Crazy. This is crazy. Why would someone like him come to this place?" Rain's Song ranted almost frantically as she looked at S.H.I. plus foam. Tier 6 G.O. D-ranked experts stood at the pinnacle of G.O.D's domain. Unless Tier 6 G.O. DS appeared, they would be near invincible existences. Currently, the reason why so many experts had chosen to abandon their achievements on the main continent and enter the miniature ancient world was so that they could hopefully ascend to greater heights. Even Tier 5 experts were no exception. However, it was a different story for Tier 6 G.O. D-ranked experts. As individuals who had already reached the theoretical finish line of G.O.D's domain, Tier 6 G.O. D-ranked experts did not need to enter the miniature ancient world. After all, no matter how great of a fortuitous encounter they came across in the miniature ancient world, the best they could achieve was to climb back to Tier 6. Rather than waste their time doing such a futile action, they'd be better off doing other, more productive things. At this moment, Rain's Song wasn't the only one confused by this situation. Even Cleansed Rue, a Tier 5 expert, was similarly confused. For what reason did a Tier 6 G.O. D-ranked expert like S.H.I. plus foam come to the miniature ancient world? Did he come here to bully noobs because he had nothing better to do? While Cleansed Rue and the others were feeling shocked and confused, S.H.I. plus foam, who stood in midair, turned to Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear. Then, like a G.O.D looking down at a bunch of ants, he asked, "You still want to continue?" Even before obtaining the Tier 3 Ancient Mana equipment set, S.H.I. plus foam had never cared about any first-rate guild. Now that he had the mana equipment set, the only guilds that could enter his eyes were super guilds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the ancient demon court with his team. Meanwhile, upon hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's question, the two first-rate guild's members couldn't help but turn to look at Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear, anxiety coloring their faces. Previously, they had looked at S.H.I. plus foam and his team as if they were ants. Now, though, the situation had made a complete reversal, and S.H.I. plus foam could decide their life and death with just a thought. It should be known that a guild war order was sealing the map they were currently in, so they couldn't log out even if they wanted to. Moreover, S.H.I. plus Feng's team could even freely resurrect them after killing them. If Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear answered poorly, everyone here would have a bleak future ahead of them. You jest, sir. After a moment of silence, Crimson Heart frankly said, "If you wish to leave now, I doubt we'll be able to stop you even if we wanted to." S.H.I. plus Feng's attack just now had already destroyed the magic barrier enveloping his team. At this time, even Su Qianlu and the others could freely leave the cavern, let alone S.H.I. plus foam. Hearing Crimson Heart's words, Stalwart Bear helplessly gestured for Nature Hall's members to step aside and open a path for Zero Wing's team. Meanwhile, neither Crimson Heart nor Cleansed Rue was surprised by how decisively Stalwart Bear responded. With Stalwart Bear's personality, he would have fought to the very end if S.H.I. plus foam wasn't a Tier 6 G.O.D ranked expert. It wouldn't matter even if Nature Hall's team ran the risk of annihilation. He would take his chances so long as he had the slightest possibility of victory. However, the only solution to a Tier 6 G.O.D ranked expert was another Tier 6 G.O.D D-ranked expert. Without a Tier 6 G-O D-ranked expert on his side, the only thing Stalwart Bear could do in this situation was to take the loss. This was because it was incredibly difficult to topple a G-O D-ranked expert using numbers. If he did that, he would only be worsening his losses. Not to mention, they were currently in the miniature ancient world. Making an enemy out of a Tier 6 G-O D-ranked expert here was no different than courting death. After seeing the two first-rate guild's members opening a path, S-H-I plus Fong locked the ancient demon court's entrance and said through the team chat, "Let's go." Meanwhile, whether it was Su Qianlu or Blackie, both of them couldn't help but stare at S-H-I plus Fong in a daze. Being able to win against one of the 8 swordmeisters was already an Astonies. H-I plussing feet now, S-H-I plus Fong had even wiped out 100 refinement realm experts in a single move. Even the legendary experts of G-O-D's domain were probably incapable of such a feat when they were at Tier 3. Chapter 88. Famous. Chapter 88. Famous after S-H-I plus Fong and his team left the cavern, Stalwart Bear couldn't help but turn to Crimson Heart and asked, "What do you think of that G-O D-ranked expert? If even you don't know him, do you think I would?" Crimson Heart said, rolling her eyes. Out of the G-O D-ranked experts and Tier 5 experts capable of reaching Tier 6, none of them resemble him, Stalwart Bear said with a pondering look. "I suspect that he doesn't belong to our G-O-D's domain." "Indeed, the possibility is high," Crimson Heart said, agreeing with Stalwart Bear's opinion. There were only so many Tier 6 G-O D-ranked experts and Tier 5 experts with the potential to reach Tier 6 in the game, and everyone belonging to the upper echelons of G-O-D's domain more or less knew of these people. So, it didn't make sense that an unknown Tier 6 G-O-D ranked expert had suddenly appeared out of thin air. If that's the case, it might be worth befriending this person. A Tier 6 G-O-D ranked expert, not belonging to any local power, could become a weapon of Ma's destruction in the miniature ancient world. If they could befriend S-H-I plus Fong, once it came time for the various powers to compete with each other, their 2 guilds could hold a Ma's civ advantage in the compet. 1 tie-in. After all, there was no way any Tier 6 G-O-D ranked expert from the main continent would enter the miniature ancient world. They had much more important things to do than retrain their accounts from Tier 3. "I'm afraid it won't be convenient for Nature Hall to approach that guy," Stalwart Bear said. Then he turned toward Cleansed Rue and smiled, saying, "I heard that you have tried to invite Su Qianlu to 100 Flower Palace several times before, Miss Rue. In that case, you should have a good relations. H-I plus P with Su Qianlu, right? That Su Qianlu looks like she shares a close relations. H-I plus P with that person, so we will have to rely on you for this matter." Cleansed Rue was a little stunned when she heard Stalwart Bear's words. "We can only rely on you now, Rue," Crimson Heart said, seconding Stalwart Bear's words. "Not only did we lose the ancient demon court, but we have also suffered heavy casualties today. If we want to compete with the other first-rate powers, our only hope is to rely on that G-O-D-ranked expert. Don't you know Su Qianlu in the real world? Try to learn more about that person through her. If we can tie him to our boat, you'll be making a big contribution to the guild." "All right, then. I'll try my best," Su Qianlu said, sighing. Meanwhile, shortly after Nature Hall and 100 Flower Palace removed their guild war order, the various powers investigating the 2 guilds came to learn of an Astonies. H-I plussing piece of news. It turned out that the reason the two top-tier first-rate guilds had locked down a map was because of a newly established guild called Zero Wing. However, after the two sides finished class, H.I. the two first-rate guilds had kept their mouths shut about Zero Wing, and even behaved fearfully when talking about the new guild. Investigate. Find out Zero Wing's origins, no matter the cost. It seems Zero Wing isn't some ordinary guild. Notify everyone in the guild to be careful around Zero Wing's members. The various powers based in Rock Devil City had varying reactions toward Zero Wing. Some grew curious, some grew fearful, and some thought of befriending Zero Wing. For a time, Zero Wing's name gradually spread throughout Rock Devil City. While Zero Wing's name was spreading, S.H.I. plus Fong had already returned to 100 Flow City with Su Qianlu and the others. Guild leader. There are currently 3 first-rate guilds, 8 second-rate guilds, and many third-rate guilds and adventurer teams operating in 100 Flow City. These powers are all fervently recruiting members, and the benefits they offer are very high. With our current lack of funds, I'm afraid it'll be tough for us to attract any new members in 100 Flow City, Su Qianlu explained, growing a little worried after learning about 100 Flow City's situation. My suggestion is that we lower our entry requirement and gradually train the newcomers from the ground up. We can even fill our guild warehouse while doing so. What do you think? The guild benefits S.H.I. plus Fong had set for Zero Wing were indeed Astonies. H.I. plus Ing and true experts of G.O.D's domain would find it hard to refuse these benefits. Normally, if a guild were to offer such benefits, experts would flood to join the guild. However, the problem now was that S.H.I. plus Fong had set too high an entry requirement for Zero Wing. Most experts with the strength necessary to meet Zero Wing's entry requirement would either be an expert belonging to the various large guilds or an expert used to the lax management of adventurer teams. Most importantly, the price to exchange the Holy Annihilation Mana technique was astronomically high. While it was indeed generous of S.H.I. plus Fong to offer such a powerful mana technique up for exchange, the exchange price simply wasn't something the average player could afford. Hence, the mana technique's existence was akin to a display item to most players rather than something they could strive for. In comparison, credits, weapons, and equipment, things that players could use to improve their strength, were much more practical. Unfortunately, Zero Wing just so happened to lack all 3 of these things. What you say does make sense, S.H.I. plus Fong nodded. However, I don't plan to develop Zero Wing into a bloated guild with no substance. It is especially so during the guild's initial development phase. We simply do not have the resources to train a large number of people. But we won't be able to recruit anyone if we don't do that, Su Qianlu said in exasperation. While Zero Wing's recruitment standards could be considered on par with the various superpowers, Zero Wing wasn't a superpower. It was merely a small guild established recently, and it didn't even possess an ounce of fame in 100 Flow City. Meanwhile, the development of a guild required a large number of players. After all, one of a guild's main sources of income was the completion of guild quests. The more players a guild possessed, the greater the income the guild could generate from guild quests. Then, with the money earned from guild quests, the guild could better itself and attract more players, thereby forming a positive development cycle. After pondering for a moment, S.H.I. plus Fong suddenly asked, "How many gold coins can you AMA?" S right now? Around 150,000 gold. Su Qianlu answered after giving the matter some thought. "You're a really rich woman, S.H.I. plus Fong was a little surprised when he heard Su Qianlu's answer. He didn't think Su Qianlu's adventurer team would be so wealthy. That's the money my adventurer team saved up over the years. If not for the land we rented in the Thousand Stars Tower, we could have had 300,000 gold right now, Su Qianlu said, sighing ruefully. A wealth of 150,000 gold coins might seem like a lot, but in a large NPC city like Hundred Flow City, that money was chump change. This was because even the smallest guild residence here would cost 100,000 gold to purchase. In the case of medium and large guild residences, their prices started from 500,000 and 1 million gold, respectively. This was also why she had sought the capital investment of those several corporations. 150,000 gold is already enough, S.H.I. plus Feng said, chuckling. What I need you to do now is to convert all these coins into magic crystals. Try to convert as many as you can. Magic crystals? Didn't we get over 10,000 magic crystals in the ancient demon court just now? Su Qianlu asked, in confusion. For a small guild, a sum of 10,000 magic crystals was already a significant amount. It was absolutely more than enough to sustain a small guild of several thousand members for some time. That amount is far from enough, S.H.I. plus Feng said, shaking his head. However, he didn't bother explaining his goals. Instead, he said, anyway, just try to exchange as many magic crystals as you can. I'll pay you back twofold afterward. If it was before clearing the ancient demon court, S.H.I. plus Feng might have followed Su Qianliu's suggestion for the sake of keeping Zero Wing operating normally. However, the situation was different now. The most profitable way of earning money in D's domain would definitely have to be operating a settlement. It was also why the various guilds sought to operate their own towns and cities, with some even going as far as to attack and take over NPC cities. Now that he had obtained a town rune crystal from the ancient demon court, he naturally didn't have to follow the standard development path for guilds anymore. While a town might not be as profitable as a guild city, the amount of money a town could generate still far said that of an ordinary large guild. Chapter 89, Small Guild. Chapter 89, Small Guild, Hundred Flow City, Teleportation Hall. At this time, 3 players geared in level 100 dark gold equipment sets walked out of the teleportation hall and entered the restaurant opposite the Candlelight Hotel. Then, while having a light meal, they scrutinized the Candlelight Hotel across the street. If someone were to carefully observe these 3 players, they would find that despite looking only around 20 years old, these 3 players radiated an aura of sharpness and confidence that one would rarely find on ordinary experts. In addition, all 3 of them were half-step refinement realm experts. Is that where Zero Wings members are resting? A male berserker carrying a spear on his back asked while scrutinizing the dilapidated hotel across the street. Then, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes as he muttered, "What a strange hotel!" Although the Candlelight Hotel looked dilapidated and inferior to the other brand-new hotels in the city, the number of players entering the establishment was Astoni's. Plusingly high. He had already spotted several players entering the Candlelight Hotel in just 1 minute. Even more surprising was that these people had entered the hotel sneakily and hurriedly. These people would look around their surroundings, making sure that body was paying attention to them before swiftly entering the hotel. It's normal for it to be strange. Otherwise, there'd be no reason why the higher-ups of our 2 guilds would ask us to infiltrate the place, right? A female elementalist with a refres. Plusing appearance said, a look of interest appearing on her face as she looked at the Candlelight Hotel. That's right. The last of the trio, a robust male plus ELD warrior, nodded. Then in an excited tone, he said, so long as we can join Zero Wing and become Zero Wing's core members, we'll be able to join the ranks of executives and receive priority training from our guilds. I really don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. Why would they have us of all people infiltrate a guild? Shouldn't this job be left to those outer elite members? The Berserker youth said, a pondering look on his face. It's excessive to do this even for another first-rate guild, let alone a newly established guild. The three of them ranked among the top 5 of their respective guilds' new recruits this year. They were also graduates of top-tier D's domain academies. Yet, instead of providing them with proper training, their guilds had tasked them with infiltrating a newly established guild. Even the various superpowers wouldn't dare to take such an extravagant action. "Why are you thinking so much about it?" the female elementalist asked as she glanced at the Berserker youth. Then she happily said, "Judging by how suddenly the higher-ups gathered us this time, they probably didn't have a lot of time to prepare and decided to have us fresh graduates take on this job instead. Not only do we have a clean resume, but we'll also have an easier time getting accepted as core members in a small guild like Zero Wing. This is a transaction that's beneficial to our guilds and ourselves. Rather than complain, we'd be better off trying to finish our task as quickly as possible." The robust HI+ELD warrior nodded, expressing his agreement with the elementalist. "I guess you're right." After thinking it over, the Berserker felt he might have been overcomplicating things. "In that case, let's finish our meals and hurry inside. The sooner we join Zero Wing, the sooner we'll be able to finish the higher-ups task." Afterward, the trio quickly finished their meals, replenies, HI+ing their stamina and concentration back to full. Then, they crossed the street and entered the Candlelight Hotel. However, the moment the trio entered the Candlelight Hotel, they couldn't help but be startled. What dense mana! Although the mana outside was already plenty dense, the density of the mana inside the Candlelight Hotel was even more terrifying. Standing inside the hotel made them feel like they were standing inside a cloud of mist made up of mana. Their thoughts became much clearer and calmer as soon as they entered the building. "How may I help the three of you?" Blakenna, the NPC, asked with a smile when she saw the trio entering the hotel. "We are here to join Zero Wing," the Berserker said, getting straight to the point. "Very well. Zero Wing's registration booth is over there," Blakenna said as she pointed at a corner of the lobby. At this moment, there was not a soul standing in front of Zero Wing's registration booth. The only person at the booth was a bored-looking man dressed in a dark gray robe. Judging by the booth state, it didn't seem like Zero Wing was a guild worthy of 2 top-tier first-rate guilds' attention. However, the trio didn't put too much thought into the matter. After all, this was their guild's instructions. No matter how terrible Zero Wing was, they still needed to join it. Immediately, the trio approached the registration booth. "Are you 3 here to join Zero Wing?" When Blackie saw the 3 youths approaching the booth, his eyes promptly glowed in excitement. Hours. It had already been hours since he had set up this booth. Yet, not even one person had come forth to ask about joining Zero Wing throughout this time. Now that 3 people had come forth simultaneously, Blackie was so moved that he was about to break into tears. "MHM, the 3 of us just graduated from our respective academies. We plan to develop in 100 Flow City, so we are looking to join a guild," the Berserker youth said, nodding. "But the 3 of us do not wish to become cannon fodder. We want to become core members directly. May I know what the requirement is to become a core member?" The female elementalist and robust HI+ELD warrior also nodded to express their agreement with the Berserker youth's words. In the current state of D's domain, it'd be incredibly difficult for small guilds to recruit new members. It was especially true for graduates of D's domain academies. Even if a fresh graduate chose to join a small guild, they would typically ask to become core members directly. Otherwise, they could simply join a large guild and become an internal member there instead. You want to become core members directly? Blackie grew a little embarrassed, said when he heard the Berserker youth's words. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to fulfill your demand. Difficult? Smiling nonchalantly, the Berserker youth said, You can rest assured of our strength. Our equipment might not look like much, but we are confident in our combat standards. I know what's the combat standard requirement to become a core member in your guild? Is it the 7th floor's early stage or the 7th floor's middle stage? For the typical small guild, players would only need to reach the Trial Tower's 6th floor late stage to become a core member. Even if Zero Wing was a unique case, there was no way its requirement would exceed the 7th floor early stage. Meanwhile, as half-step refinement realm experts, the 3 of them could clear even the 7th floor late stage. With their current combat standards, they could even become core members in second-rate guilds, let alone a small guild like Zero Wing. In response, Blackie looked at the 3 youths for some time before awkwardly saying, Refinement Realm, Chapter 90, Hidden Foundation. Chapter 90, Hidden Foundation? The spy trio fell into a daze as they looked at Blackie's slightly chubby body. What about elite members? The Berserker youth asked. Refinement Realm, Blackie repeated, scratching his head awkwardly. The trio was rendered speechless by Blackie's words. Didn't this basically mean that only Refinement Realm experts were allowed to join Zero Wing? Cliff, do you think this person saw through our intentions? The female elementalist secretly asked through the team chat. It should be known that if a Refinement Realm expert chose to join a first-rate guild, they would immediately be accepted into the guild's main force and given the position of core members. Yet, now, newly recruited Refinement Realm experts could only become elite members in Zero Wing. No matter how she looked at this situation, it was simply absurd. I don't think so. We were only asking about Zero Wing's recruitment standards. We have never specifically expressed our intention to join Zero Wing, the Berserker youth named Duskcliff replied. What should we do, then? The female elementalist asked in exasperation. This guild is simply insane. The robust Guardian Knight nodded in agreement. If he wasn't here on a mission, signed by his guild's higher-ups, he would have cursed at Blackie already. Refinement Realm? Aren't your standards a little too high? After giving the matter some thought, Duskcliff looked back at Blackie and asked, The 3 of us are at the 7th floor's middle stage standard. What position will we be given if we join your guild? You can become internal members so long as you emulate enough guild contributions, Blackie said in Imbara. Meant. If it weren't for plus Feng's maddening requirements, Zero Wing could have more or less recruited some expert players by now. Internal members? The spy trio breathed out a sigh of relief when they heard Blackie's words. At the very least, they could still join Zero Wing with their strength. Had Blackie said that the minimum requirement to join was also the Refinement Realm standard, they would have probably exploded in anger on the spot. Seeing the hesitant expressions on the 3 youths' faces, Blackie hurriedly said, Our guild offers excellent benefits to internal members. So long as you become an internal member, you'll get the opportunity to exchange a mana technique legacy that will help you significantly in reconstructing your mana body and reaching Tier 4. Upon hearing Blackie's words, the trio looked at each other briefly before turning back to Blackie, a hint of disdain plussing past their eyes. If it weren't for their guild's request, they would have probably turned around and left already. After all, no matter how they looked at it, the person before them was undoubtedly a scammer. First, it was the absurd entry requirement into Zero Wing. Now, Blackie was saying that internal members could exchange for an incredibly precious resource in D's domain. If they didn't know any better, they'd think that Blackie was recruiting players for a super guild rather than a newly established guild. No, even the various super guilds wouldn't give their recruits the chance to exchange for a precious mana technique. However, despite the disdain they held in their hearts, they still kept up their act on the surface. Mana technique? Okay, the three of us will join, Duskcliff said, pretending to be excited. Meanwhile, when Dawn Moon, the female elementalist, saw Duskcliff's performance, she couldn't help but marvel at the man's acting skills and lament over their fate. All three of them were geniuses who graduated from top-tier D's domain academies. Duskcliff, in particular, was even the third-ranking genius among Nature Hall's new recruits this year. Yet, here he was forced to react excitedly over joining a small guild that was recently established. Afterward, the trio signed a standard contract for Zero Wing's internal members with Blackie, inwardly sighing in relief when they placed their signatures on the paper. They had finally completed the first step of infiltrating Zero Wing with this. Afterward, all they needed to do was think of ways to improve themselves, ACCU, emulate guild contribution points, and become core members as soon as possible. Meanwhile, as soon as the three youths signed their contracts, Blackie saw S.H.I. plus phone walking down from the second floor. Hurriedly, he walked over and proudly said, "Guild leader, look how amazing I am. I just secured us 3 internal members. This person is Zero Wing's guild leader." When Duskcliff and the others heard Blackie's words, they promptly scrutinized S.H.I. plus Feng's cloaked figure. At this time, S.H.I. plus Feng gave off the feeling of an ordinary civilian. If not for Blackie taking the initiative to greet him, they would have thought that S.H.I. plus Feng was merely an ordinary player staying in the Candlelight Hotel. He didn't look like a guild leader whatsoever. 3 half-step refinement realm players. After scanning the 3 youths, S.H.I. plus Feng nodded and said, "That's quite a good achievement for people your age." When Duskcliff and the others heard S.H.I. plus Feng's words, they couldn't help but sneer inwardly. They didn't think that Zero Wing's guild leader would spot similar nonsense to the vice guild leader. While they couldn't be considered the best for reaching the half-step refinement realm standard at 20 years old, they were still top tier among their peers. Not to mention, they could potentially reach the refinement realm at any time, becoming a true expert in D's domain. "Do you have any more questions about our guild?" S.H.I. plus Feng asked as he looked at the trio. "No," Duskcliff said. "In that case, I have a task to give you," S.H.I. plus Feng said. "I have a group of new recruits who have just finished the first phase of their training and require testing. Can the 3 of you spar with them?" "Testing," Duskcliff inwardly sneered. Rather than testing the training results of Zero Wing's new recruits, he felt that S.H.I. plus Feng was trying to test the 3 of them instead. Even so, he still pretended to be happy as he said, "If it is a command from you, we are more than happy to oblige, guild leader." "Okay, come with me, then," S.H.I. plus Feng said, nodding. Then, he started making his way to the hotel's BAS. ENT, a magic barrier sealed the Candlelight Hotel's BAS. ENT, and non-Zero Wing members were prohibited from entering it. As soon as Duskcliff and the others entered the BAS, they promptly noticed that the density of the mana here was much higher than even the mana found on the first floor, and they couldn't help but be shocked by this discovery. They didn't think that a small guild like Zero Wing would actually have the means to create such a mana-rich environment. Even the combat rooms found in advanced hotels didn't have such dense mana. No wonder the higher-ups are having us investigate Zero Wing. If we can acquire the method to create such an environment, the development speed of everyone in our guilds will increase by a large margin, Dawn Moon said in realization. TL notes, February 9th, 2022, changed S. H. I plus ELD Warrior to Guardian Knight in Chapter 89. Chapter 91, Gathering of Monsters. Chapter 91, Gathering of Monsters. A moment later, S. H. I plus Fong led the three youths to the largest combat room in the Candlelight Hotel's BAS. ENT. At this time, 6 people had already gathered inside the combat room with a radius of 100 yards. Of them, 5 were young men and women around 17. All 5 of these youths were only at level 102, which was the current average for mainstream players, and they were also geared in nothing more than fine gold equipment. Meanwhile, these youths behaved like frightened rabbits as they stood before a masked female, Sin. When Hidden Soul saw S.H. I plus Fong entering the room with 3 unfamiliar faces, she asked in surprise, "Are these 3 the test opponents?" At a glance, Hidden Soul could tell that Duskcliff and the others were already close to reaching the refinement realm standard. So long as they could make it a habit to remove all of their unnecessary movements, they would reach the refinement realm. For these 3 youths to reach such a standard at such a young age was quite an amazing feat, and they could already barely be considered geniuses if put in the various superpowers. Normally, the various superpowers would have long since S.N.A.T.C. head up such youths, so it'd be incredibly difficult to find even one of them unaffiliated to any guilds. Yet S.H.I. plus Fong had found 3 of such talents. MHM. Will they do? S.H.I. plus Fong asked. They'll do. Hidden Soul nodded. Let's begin right away, then. Meanwhile, when the trio in question overheard S.H.I. plus Fong and Hidden Soul talking about them in such a casual manner, they felt their blood pressure rising. All right. Turning toward the trio, S.H.I. plus Fong pointed at Wu Lingling's group of 5 and said, "You will fight the 5 of them together. There won't be any restrictions imposed." The 5 of them, Duskcliff, and the others couldn't help but be a little confused when they turned to look at Wu Lingling's group. Not only was there a significant gap in equipment standards between their 2 groups, but there was also a huge gap in combat standards. Based on their observation, they could say with certainty that body in Wu Lingling's group had reached the refinement realm standard. With such a huge disparity, even one of them could take on Wu Lingling's group of 5, let alone all 3 of them. It should be known that they were graduates of advanced D's domain academies. Taking on a bunch of freshmen was a piece of cake for them. Rather than a test, it'd be more appropriate to call this a bullying session. However, Duskcliff and the others didn't put too much thought into the matter as they quickly got into battle positions. Don't blame us for this. This is the guild leader's instructions, Duskcliff said, expressing his helplessness as he looked at Wu Lingling's group of 5. The requirement of their respective guilds' higher-ups was for them to become core members in Zero Wing. Now that they were only internal members, they'd have to perform well and prove their worth if they wished to become core members quickly. Meanwhile, Wu Lingling and the others didn't say anything in response to Duskcliff's words. Instead, all 5 of them quickly got into position, none of them daring to make even the slightest mistake. After experiencing how scary Hidden Soul could be, none of them wanted to experience it for a second time. Begin. After seeing that everyone was in position, Hidden Soul started the combat room's battle mode. Immediately, Duskcliff and the others drew their weapons and got ready to take action against Wu Lingling and the others. Meanwhile, as if Hidden Soul's words had triggered something in them, a crazed look suddenly appeared in the eyes of Wu Lingling and the others. Then, before Duskcliff's group could react, Wu Lingling the swordsman activated her berserk skill that doubled her basic attributes and sent out over a dozen sword lights that locked onto her opponent's vitals. At the same time, Xiao Yuheng the ranger and Lu Yueqing the cleric also activated their berserk skills. Then, Xiao Yuheng started raining arrows down on Dusk Cliff's group, while Lu Yueqing summoned light barriers to surround the trio. As for Lu Wuxuan the Guardian Knight and Qin Wuchen the Sin, they had also activated their respective berserk skills and appeared in front of Dusk Cliff's group. Damn it! Dusk Cliff's group was startled by this situation. They didn't think Wu Lingling's group would be so crazy and scary. Hurriedly, they activated their berserk skills and tried their best to block the five's coordinated attacks. However, the moment they clashed with Wu Lingling's group, Duskcliff, and the others realized a scary matter. Rather than academy freshmen, it'd be more appropriate to describe the five juniors in front of them as reckless little monsters. The coordination between the five was excellent, and the way they chained their attacks was seamless. It was as if the five of them were of one body, and they didn't even need to look to know what each other was doing. They had also flawlessly used each other's skills and spells to their own advantage. However, this still wasn't the most frightening matter. What was even more astonish, plussing was their combat standards. Even though Wu Lingling and the others looked like they were only 17-year-olds, all five of them were already close to reaching the half-step refinement realm. Or, more specifically, they could already exert fine control over their four limbs. Wu Lingling, in particular, was at the half-step refinement realm already. Subsequently, in less than 30 seconds, all three members of Duskcliff's group collapsed to the ground, while everyone in Wu Lingling's group remained alive. What kind of place is Zero Wing? How can a new guild produce such a group of little monsters? Even after Duskcliff and the others got resurrected, none of them could believe the outcome of the battle. These were 17-year-olds they were talking about. When the three of them were at this age, even the Trial Tower's 6th floor early stage was far out of their reach, let alone the half-step refinement realm. Yet now, out of the group of 5 juniors before them, for already possessed combat standards nearing the 7th floor's early stage. One of them even reached the half-step refinement realm standard already. After factoring in their perfect coordination, they could probably hold their ground against even a refinement realm expert. Meanwhile, after experiencing this fight, Duskcliff and the others gradually understood why their 2 guilds had tasked them with infiltrating Zero Wing. The guild known as Zero Wing definitely wasn't as simple as they thought. In reality, let alone Duskcliff's group, even Plus Fong couldn't help but be astonished when he saw how the fight turned out. He didn't expect Hidden Soul to be such a capable trainer. It had only been a few days since Wu Lingling and the others started training under Hidden Soul. Yet now, the combat experience they showed already said what Blackie and the others possessed. Moreover, they had already practiced the exercise he taught them to a very high level of proficiency, and the way they utilized their skills and spells even made use of some of the Flowing Water Realm's principles. At this rate, it probably wouldn't take more than half a month before all 5 of them reached the refinement realm. Meanwhile, Hidden Soul nodded her head and said, "Not bad. Since all of you said the test, we can end your training for today. From tomorrow onwards, we'll be conducting your training outdoors." Upon hearing Hidden Soul's words, Wu Lingling and the others loosened their breaths simultaneously. Their tense expressions also relaxed significantly. "We finally said," Wu Lingling said as she patted her chest. Then she smiled at Qin Wuchen and the others, saying, "Thank goodness our opponents this time weren't strong. I don't ever want to experience getting killed thousands of times again." Duskcliff and the others couldn't help but feel offended as they looked at Wu Lingling. Yet, they had no words to say back to her. S.H.I. plus Feng also couldn't help but take a look at the resurrected trio before him. Chapter 92. That's right, she is only an outer member. Chapter 92. That's right, she is only an outer member. After the test was over, Wu Lingling and the others logged out of the game to rest. They had been training continuously for a long time before the test, so all of them were incredibly exhausted now. Not to mention, they also had many things they needed to do tomorrow. Meanwhile, after Wu Lingling's group left, S.H.I. plus Feng turned toward Dusk Cliff's group and said, I heard from Blackie that you three wanted to become Zero Wing's core members? Yes. Dusk Cliff and the others turned to look at S.H.I. plus Feng, their eyes full of wariness. Even so, their voices did not contain any hesitation when they spoke. After their fight with Wu Lingling's group, they came to understand that the seemingly ordinary man before them definitely wasn't an ordinary person. This was because the moment they stepped inside this combat room, they immediately noticed how powerful and extraordinary of an existence she was. Even though Hidden Soul was clearly standing there, none of them could perceive her presence. Although they had never come across such a situation before, they knew that anyone capable of accomplishing H.I. plusing such a feat absolutely possessed incredibly high combat standards. This was because even the Tier 5 SAS sins they had come across in their respective guilds were incapable of erasing their presence to such an extent. In other words, Hidden Soul should be top tier even among Tier 5 experts. Yet, despite being such a powerful expert, Hidden Soul was not Zero Wing's guild leader. Moreover, based on the conversation they overheard, it would seem that this female Sin was answering to S.H.I. plus Feng's instructions. D's domain was a world where the strong were respected, no matter how respected a guild's guild leader was. So long as this guild leader lacked strength, experts stronger than the guild leader would, at most, treat the guild leader as an equal. There was no way these experts would behave like obedient underlings. The fact that Hidden Soul was following S.H.I. plus Feng's orders without question meant that Zero Wing's guild leader was stronger than this female Sin, and under no circumstances should they underestimate him. Meanwhile, few players in D's domain would join a guild without desiring to climb to a high position in the guild. In the rare case that such players appeared, there was a high chance that they were spies. Hence, rather than deny S.H.I. plus Feng's question, it'd be best if they openly acknowledged it instead. Not bad. It's good to have ambition. S.H.I. plus Feng nodded. Dusk Cliff and the others were momentarily stunned by S.H.I. plus Feng's response. What did he mean? Also, why did it feel like S.H.I. plus Feng had touched a nerve in them? Do you see her? S.H.I. plus Feng suddenly asked as he turned toward Hidden Soul. Her? Dusk Cliff and the others also turned toward Hidden Soul, feeling a little confused by S.H.I. plus Feng's question. MHM. Nodding, S.H.I. plus Feng said, she is currently an outer member of Zero Wing. Outer member? Her. Dusk Cliff and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock, feeling as if S.H.I. plus Feng was playing a joke on them. After all, how could an expert, who they suspected to be at the peak of Tier 5, be only an outer member of Zero Wing? Hidden Soul. That's right. Looking at the trio, S.H.I. plus Feng said, but you don't need to be surprised. The only reason she is an outer member is because she wants Zero Wing's mana technique legacy, but doesn't want to get tied down by restrictions. Their Dawn Cliff and the others were shocked. They originally thought Blackie was joking with them when he told them that the guild offered a mana technique for exchange. After all, mana techniques were incredibly precious resources, and even the various superpowers' top-tier geniuses wouldn't necessarily be able to get their hands on one. Yet, now that a suspected Tier 5 expert had joined Zero Wing for the specific purpose of exchanging Zero Wing's mana technique, it proved that the matter of Zero Wing offering a mana technique legacy for exchange was true. Moreover, the mana technique in question should be beyond the standard fare. Otherwise, there was no way someone of Hidden Soul's caliber would want it so much that she'd willingly join a small guild like Zero Wing. After all, the various superpowers would be more than willing to offer her a mana technique should she choose to join them. Of course, S.H.I. plus phone calmly said, if you can get your hands on that mana technique legacy, not only can you reach Tier 4 in a short time, but you can also establish a STURDY foundation for Tier 5. However, you'll need a significant amount of GCPs to exchange it. Even if you three are internal members now, the technique will still cost you 8 million GCPs, so you'll have to work hard if you want it. Establish a foundation for Tier 5. When Duskcliff and the others heard S.H.I. plus Feng's words, Appa-S cyanate flame ignited in their eyes. With their talent, the three of them were confident in reaching Tier 4. Reaching Tier 5 was too difficult of a feat, and the chances of them succeeding were incredibly slim. Meanwhile, every Tier 5 expert was in existence standing at the apex of G.O.D's domain, and even the various superpowers would treat Tier 5 experts as VIPs. If they could get promoted to Tier 5 in the future, they would instantly ascend to the peak of life. Meanwhile, after S.H.I. plus Foam offered some words of encouragement to Duskcliff's group, the trio also went about doing their own things, leaving only S.H.I. plus Foam and Hidden Soul inside the combat room. You treat your subordinates very well, Hidden Soul said, feeling a little surprised. They're not my subordinates, S.H.I. plus Foam said, shaking his head. Or, more precisely, they're not true members of Zero Wing, but rather spies from other guilds. Hidden Soul was stunned. You know that Zero Wing is very poor. The guild has hardly any money and resources right now. S.H.I. plus Foam calmly said, if I don't give them some encouragement and tell them that the guild offers mana techniques for exchange, would the guilds behind them willingly send money and resources our way? It should be known that 20-year-old half-step refinement realm experts were considered geniuses even by the various superpowers standards. Yet, 3 such geniuses had chosen to join Zero Wing instead of a superpower. No matter how one looked at it, there was no way this situation was normal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered wasting so much effort into nurturing Wu Lingling and the others. Hidden Soul had nothing to say. She felt that S.H.I. plus Feng's words made a lot of sense. At this time, S.H.I. plus Feng suddenly received a message. Then, after reading the message, he looked at Hidden Soul and asked, do you have time to go out on a trip with me right now? Go out. Now. Puzzled, Hidden Soul said, it's going to be nighttime soon. The nights here are very dangerous outside. MHM, nodding S.H.I. plus Foam said sincerely, that's why I am inviting you. Hidden Soul, after opening the system map, S.H.I. plus Foam pointed at a place several maps away from 100 Flow City and said, don't worry, it isn't a dangerous place. We'll only be making a trip to the Misty Canyon. When Hidden Soul took a look at where S.H.I. plus Foam pointed, she couldn't help but ask, you want to visit a level 120 map? The miniature ancient world's level suppression was much stronger than the level suppression on the main continent. Just a difference of 5 levels would increase a monster's challenge difficulty by 1 rank. In other words, if players tried to challenge a Great Lord that was 5 levels higher, they would essentially be going up against a Grand Lord that was 5 levels higher. If the monster in question was a Grand Lord, its challenge difficulty would increase to that of a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species. If players fought against monsters 15 levels higher, an ordinary Great Lord's challenge difficulty would directly increase to that of a mythic monster. In response to Hidden Soul's question, S.H.I. plus Foam canceled the concealment effects of his black cloak. When Hidden Soul saw S.H.I. plus Feng's level of 105, she realized that he actually possessed the ability to visit the Misty Canyon. Then, after pondering for a moment, she said, 500,000 points. As a Tier 5 expert, rivaling Tier 6G, D-ranked experts, her services did not come cheap. It was especially true when she needed 40 million points to exchange for the Holy Annihilation Mana technique. Deal. Let's go. S.H.I. plus Fong said without bothering to negotiate prices. Then, he made his way out of the combat room. Did I ask for too little? Hidden Soul was a little stunned when she saw S.H.I. plus Feng's decisiveness. However, she still quickly sorted out her equipment and followed S.H.I. plus Feng. Chapter 93, Ancient Dark Gold Mount. Chapter 93, Ancient Dark Gold Mount outside the Candlelight Hotel. Su Qianlu and the others had long since been waiting here. Meanwhile, when Su Qianlu saw S.H.I. plus Feng coming out of the hotel, her first thought was to walk up and greet him. However, before she could do so, she suddenly entered an alert stance when she saw Hidden Soul walking behind S.H.I. plus Feng. This was because the moment she saw Hidden Soul, her instincts told her that the other party was a monster-level player that could give even the various superpowers a huge headache. There was no doubt that Hidden Soul was much stronger than the likes of One-Eyed Ghost. Meanwhile, when S.H.I. plus Feng saw Su Qianliu's wary expression, he calmly said, "No need to worry. She is with us." "She's one of us?" Su Qianlu was shocked when she heard S.H.I. plus Feng's words, and she couldn't help but scrutinize Hidden Soul's cloaked figure. The strength of a guild depended greatly on the number of strong experts it possessed. If one Tier 6G, D-ranked expert was enough to elevate a guild to the status of a top-tier first-rate guild, then 2 Tier 6G, D-ranked experts could get a guild recognized as a superpower in D's domain. If Hidden Soul truly was Zero Wing's member, Zero Wing's future wouldn't stop at just the first-rate standard. It was entirely possible for the guild to become a superpower in the future. "Did you bring the things?" S.H.I. plus Feng asked, not bothering to elaborate on Hidden Soul's situation. "Yes." After snapping out of her daze, Su Qianlu handed a spatial bag to S.H.I. plus Feng and said, "There are 320,000 magic crystals here. This is everything I managed to exchange." This much should be enough," S.H.I. plus Feng said. After storing the spatial bag away, S.H.I. plus Feng took out a black flute from his bag, S.P.A.C. A dark gold mount. Hidden Soul couldn't help but be surprised when she saw the flute in S.H.I. plus Feng's hand. Dark gold mounts were by no means on the main continent. At this stage of the game, most guild leaders would have a dark gold mount already. However, it was a different story inside the miniature ancient world. Since players weren't allowed to bring mounts with them when transferring here, players would have no choice but to hunt for their own mounts in the miniature ancient world. However, even until now, no information regarding mounts had spread in the miniature ancient world. Even the various superpowers guild leaders had to use their own 2 feet to travel here. Meanwhile, when S.H.I. plus Feng blew on the flute, a black hole immediately appeared on the street outside the Candlelight Hotel. Then, a giant white wolf that measured 7 meters tall and had a purple lightning mark on its head walked out of the black hole, its 3 snowy white tails swaying slowly from side to side as it moved. Is it a monster invasion? No, it's a mount. D-A-M-N. Someone already got a mount. What rank is this mount? Why does it have such a powerful aura? The players walking on the street grew restless and confused when they saw the Thunderwolf appearing. Then they turned toward S-H-I plus Feng's group, their eyes filled with curiosity and envy. In the current era, where players could only travel using their feet, obtaining even a basic mount would elevate their leveling efficiency by a significant margin, let alone a mount that was as big as the Thunderwolf. It was common knowledge that a mount's size reflected their strength to a certain extent. Meanwhile, a 7-meter-tall mount was at least equal to a great lord of the same level in strength. In the current miniature ancient world, it would be immensely useful to have a great lord on one side. This mount looks so cool. I'd buy it in a heartbeat even if I have to pay 1,000,000 credits for it. Just 1,000,000? Are you dreaming? Dark gold mounts go for at least 3,000,000 even on the main continent, let alone the miniature ancient world. Not to mention, with how strong this wolf looks, it might even be an epic mount. If that's the case, the various guilds would probably fight for it, even if they have to pay 20,000,000. A great lord ranked mount isn't just a means of transportation. It can also be incredibly useful in battle. Just this point alone is more than enough for the various guilds' executives to fight to obtain it. That's right. I'd be willing to become the girlfriend of whoever owns such a mount. When the surrounding crowd saw the Thunderwolf sitting down before S-H-I plus Feng and sticking its tongue out cutely, they nearly drooled out of envy. The biggest trouble players currently faced in the miniature ancient world was transportation. Even with the speed of a Tier 3 player, it'd take over half an hour just to run from the city to some of the closer leveling spots, while some of the farther ones required 1 to 2 hours of continuous running. As for farther maps, few players would be willing to travel there. This was because of the mysterious energy that filled the miniature ancient world. So long as players stepped out of the protection of NPC cities, this mysterious energy would continuously corrode their bodies, reducing their stamina and concentration. This meant that players only had limited time to grind out in the fields. If players spent too much time on traveling, it would impact their leveling efficiency significantly. Meanwhile, the assistance a great lord ranked mount could provide would absolutely increase the owner's leveling speed by 2 times or more. A great lord ranked archaic species, S-H-I plus Feng was similarly astonished when he saw the Thunderwolf's attribute panel. On the main continent, the average level 100 dark gold mount would only start out at the lord rank. Moreover, even if players nurtured their dark gold mounts properly, their mounts could, at most, reach the great lord rank. Yet now the dark gold mount, or more specifically, the ancient dark gold mount before him had actually started out at the great lord rank. Moreover, it was even an archaic species. In front of it, ordinary great lords of the same level were nothing but pushovers. If he nurtured the Thunderwolf well, it might even ascend to the Tier 4 mythic rank in the future. At that time, it'd be a nigh unstoppable force on land. However, compared to the Thunderwolf's combat power, what surprised S-H-I plus Feng even more was its movement speed. The Thunderwolf's movement speed was close to rivaling that of Tier 3 common flying mounts. In other words, its movement speed was on par with that of Tier 4 players. Blackie, how about selling me that Shadow Panther of yours? If a fragmented legendary item drops in the future, I'll be sure to let you have it first, Firecloud said to Blackie after seeing the Thunderwolf. Scram! I'm a magical CLA. S while you're a melee CLA. S. We don't even use the same items. Blackie said contemptuously. Meanwhile, after S, H, I, plus Foam was done inspecting the Thunderwolf stats. He hopped onto its back and looked at Hidden Soul, saying, "Hop on." In response, Hidden Soul snapped out of her daze and jumped onto the Thunderwolf's back as well. "Let's go." S, H, I, plus Foam said to Su Qianlu and the others as he pulled on the Thunderwolf's reins. Immediately, the Thunderwolf retracted its tongue and stood up. Then, putting force into its legs, it propelled itself forward, transforming into a gale as it sped through the street and vanished. H, I, plussing from everyone's vision in the blink of an eye. What speed? Hidden Soul, who was riding atop the Thunderwolf, couldn't help but be surprised once more when she experienced the mount's speed. She also had to change her evaluation of the Thunderwolf's usefulness. Now, she felt that the Thunderwolf could easily increase S, H, I, plus Feng's leveling speed by 3 or 4 times rather than just 2 times. Currently, the biggest problem players faced when leveling up wasn't their lacking strength. Instead, it was their limited range of activity. However, with the Thunderwolf's speed, S, H, I, plus Foam could increase their range of activity by 10 times or more. He could explore places where other players couldn't reach, and all the resources and monsters in these places would belong to him and nobody else. Naturally, his leveling efficiency would increase even further. After S, H, I, plus Foam rode the Thunderwolf out of 100 Flow City, the many players and powers operating in 100 Flow City promptly started looking into the ident. 1. Tie of the Thunderwolf's owner. Meanwhile, with the Thunderwolf's speed, it only needed to run for 20 minutes before crossing even the farthest maps that current 100 Flow City players grinded in. Subsequently, it took another 2 hours to cross the mountains and forests infested with level 110 plus monsters. Finally, after running ceaselessly for 4 hours, S, H, I, plus Feng and Hidden Soul arrived at the Misty Canyon, a map infested with level 115 to level 120 monsters. It was also the closest large map to the Boundary River. Chapter 94, Town Rune Crystal. Chapter 94, Town Rune Crystal Miniature Ancient World, Misty Canyon. S, H, I, plus Foam pulled the reins of the Thunderwolf and stopped in front of the Misty Canyon. Then he looked back to Hidden Soul and said, "We're here. It's your turn next." As a level 120 map, the Misty Canyon was filled with level 115 monsters or above. Even if he had reached level 105 already, he would still be under a lot of pressure if he had to fight against monsters 10 levels higher. After all, the challenge difficulty of ordinary Great Lords would increase to that of Grand Lord ranked archaic species, with such a level difference. Even if his strength attribute had reached the Tier 4 threshold already, he wouldn't dare to go up against several hundred Grand Lord ranked archaic species simultaneously. While these monsters couldn't outright kill him, they were more than capable of exhausting him to death. Not to mention, the Misty Canyon was considered a neutral zone in the miniature ancient world. It was also the map that linked 2G/OD's domains together. The monsters inside weren't just limited to Great Lords and Grand Lords. Mythic field bosses probably littered the place as well. If he came across one of these field bosses, he would have difficulty even escaping. Meanwhile, the since CLA, S was the most suitable CLA. S for exploring maps. This was because the effects of level suppression did not apply to the perception of monsters. With the stealth skill and her combat standard, Hidden Soul could remain undetected even if she moved within 100 yards of a level 120 mythic boss. The terrain here is incredibly complex. Are you sure you want to go inside? Hidden Soul asked after glancing at the canyon ahead. Rather than a canyon, The Misty Canyon looked more like a giant meteor crater. Moreover, in addition to the complex terrain, mist also enveloped the entire crater, which reduced visibility to less than 300 yards. Even if she scouted the area beforehand, it'd be very easy for them to encounter a group of monsters if they weren't careful. The chances of such encounters would also increase the deeper they traveled into the Misty Canyon. Of course. Why would I bring you here otherwise? S.H.I. plus phone replied in an affirmative tone. Now that the various powers had increased their efforts in recruiting manpower in the miniature ancient world, he needed to do something to make sure Zero Wing didn't fall behind. Meanwhile, with Zero Wing's lack of resources and funding, the best solution to improve Zero Wing's situation was to secure the Misty Canyon. There were more than 10 NPC cities worth of players trying to enter the Boundary River. Meanwhile, these players could only get to the Boundary River through the Misty Canyon. Adding on the fact that there were no NPC settlements located in or near the Misty Canyon, it went without saying that various powers would fight to establish guild towns in the Misty Canyon in the future. Now that S.H.I. plus Fong had a town rune crystal, he naturally had to secure the best location in the Misty Canyon as soon as possible. Once he did that, not only could he increase the leveling efficiency of Zero Wing's members, but the guild would also have its funding problem resolved. Once players reached level 110, there would be many experts flooding into the Misty Canyon. At that time, there'd be no need to worry about no players coming to rest in Zero Wing's town. It had also become much easier for Zero Wing to recruit expert players. After all, who could resist the opportunity to get a huge lead ahead of others in the miniature ancient world? Whatever, it's your choice. But don't blame me if you die. Hidden Soul stopped trying to dissuade S.H.I. plus Fong after hearing his answer. Although she didn't know what S.H.I. plus Fong was trying to do here, she had no reason to give up on an opportunity to earn 500,000 GCPs just by completing a simple task. Immediately, Hidden Soul jumped off the Thunder Wolf's back and activated instantaneous movement, Vanis. H.I. plus Ing into mist and disappearing from S.H.I. plus Feng's perception in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, S.H.I. plus Feng had to admit that Hidden Soul was indeed a monster. After S.H.I. plus Feng waited for nearly 2 hours, he received a message from Hidden Soul that contained a detailed roadmap leading to the Misty Canyon's inner region. Hidden Soul had also marked the layout of monsters along the route and made notes of their rank, level, and perception range. Her infiltration skills are truly amazing. It's no wonder she managed to kill all those Outerworld D-ranked experts and fight Demon's Gate's Death Wind to a standstill. S.H.I. plus Fong thought as he looked at Hidden Soul's roadmap in admiration. It should be known that the Death Wind was one of Demon's Gate's 9 great experts, and he claimed that he had a divine eye. In terms of strength, Death Wind was capable of going against an entire subworld's experts all by himself. No matter how weak a subworld was, it would have at least several dozen Tier 6G D-ranked experts. In other words, Death Wind was capable of going up against several dozen Tier 6 experts simultaneously. Yet, Hidden Soul managed to fight Death Wind to a standstill in the past. This showed just how much talent and skill she possessed. Although the Hidden Soul in this life had only managed to reach Tier 5, she definitely wasn't as simple as she seemed. Meanwhile, after S.H.I. plus Fong researched the roadmap, he recalled the Thunder Wolf and started following the map on foot. An hour later, we can't go any further from here. The area ahead of us is infested with level 120 Grand Lords and level 120 Mythic bosses, Hidden Soul said as she pointed at the area that linked the Misty Canyon and the Boundary River. I have already explored the surrounding area for locations without monsters and vast terrain as you requested. 2 places match your requirements. Take a look at them yourselves. After saying so, Hidden Soul marked 2 locations on S.H.I. plus Feng's map of the Misty Canyon. Of the 2 locations she found, one was located by a creek near the Misty Canyon's core region, and the ambient mana here was incredibly dense. The other location was at the top of a cliff in the Misty Canyon's inner region, which overlooked a significant portion of the Misty Canyon. Although it had less dense mana, the location was easily defensible. Meanwhile, after looking at these 2 locations, S.H.I. plus Feng hesitated only for a moment before he had Hidden Soul lead him to the creek. Mana was the basis of everything in G.O.D's domain. Denser mana meant quicker improvements. A mana-rich area would be especially useful when nurturing newcomers in the guild. After circling past a bunch of level 118 demonic beasts, S.H.I. plus Feng and Hidden Soul arrived before a forest surrounded by a creek. "That's the place," Hidden Soul said, as she pointed at the lush forest ahead. "That's it for our agreement. If you don't need me for anything else, I will be taking my leave now." "Aren't you curious why I came here?" S.H.I. plus Feng asked, smiling as he looked at Hidden Soul. "I might have been curious before, but is there even a need to wonder after seeing all of the actions you have taken here?" In a nonchalant tone, Hidden Soul said, "You are neither here to grind nor search for treasures. You even asked me to find a safe and S.P.A. area. Other than building a town, I can't think of anything else you would be doing here." Hidden Soul wasn't particularly surprised to learn that S.H.I. plus Feng was trying to establish a town here. After all, S.H.I. plus Feng was an Outer World G.O.D. ranked expert. He must possess means beyond the imagination of ordinary powers, so it wouldn't be strange if he could come up with a guild town SP shortly after the miniature ancient world opened. However, in response to Hidden Soul's words, S.H.I. plus Feng shook his head and smiled, saying, "You're only half correct. Chapter 95, Abyssal Star Ancient City. Chapter 95, Abyssal Star Ancient City. TL Notes. Town Rune Crystal - Settlement Rune Crystal. Half." Hidden Soul was a little surprised. "I indeed plan to set up a settlement here, but other than a settlement, I also plan on establishing H.I. plusing an outer mercenary organization for Zero Wing, S.H.I. plus Feng said. "Meanwhile, I plan on putting you in charge of this mercenary organization." There were all sorts of player forces in G.O.D's domain, other than the mainstream forces like guilds, adventurer teams, trading firms, and sin organizations. There were also other forces such as mercenary organizations. In the case of mercenary organizations, they catered to independent experts that disliked being bound by restrictions, offering them tasks in exchange for credits or resources in G.O.D's domain. Meanwhile, there were many uses for a guild to establish a mercenary organization. Among them, the biggest use was to recruit a large number of independent experts for the guild's use. Currently, although Zero Wing already possessed a good foundation, it was still too weak compared to the various long-standing powers in G.O.D's domain. It simply lacked the strength to protect its interests in G.O.D's domain. The best example would be the ancient demon court. Had it not been for S.H.I. plus Feng's strength acting as a deterrence and the ancient demon court's unique characteristics, Zero Wing couldn't have retained owners. H.I. plus P over it at all. Meanwhile, with Zero Wing's current members, there was no way it would have enough strength to defend a guild city. It was especially true if the various superpowers set their sights on it. S.H.I. plus Feng still didn't possess the strength to go up against multiple superpowers simultaneously. Hence, The best solution was for Zero Wing to establish a mercenary organization based in Zero Wing's settlement and quickly recruit the help of a large number of independent experts to assist the guild. By doing so, Zero Wing could ensure its settlement security while acquiring a large amount of coins and resources. Meanwhile, who better to lead such an organization than Hidden Soul? As a former commander in the Flower of Seven Sins, she was undoubtedly acquainted with many peak and apex independent experts. She would have no trouble attracting these independent experts to work for Zero Wing. I refuse. Hidden Soul shook her head, flatly refusing Feng's offer. My goal is only that Holy Annihilation mana technique. I am not interested in anything else. Hidden Soul naturally understood Feng's intentions. He was most likely trying to use her as a cover against the various superpowers while he manipulated the situation in the dark. She'd be a fool if she agreed to his request. Don't be so quick to refuse, Feng said, smiling. I know this job comes with a lot of risks, but with high risks comes high rewards. If you can take on this job and safeguard Zero Wing's settlement, I can give you a copy of the mana technique for free. Moreover, don't you want to see what kind of settlement I'll be establishing? Hidden Soul was a little tempted when she heard Feng's offer. However, she quickly shook her head after thinking it over. She'd be insane to go against the various superpowers for nothing more than a settlement. However, before Hidden Soul could open her mouth to voice her refusal, Feng took out the settlement rune crystal from his bag and recited the incantation engraved on it. Meanwhile, as soon as Feng started reciting the incantation, an intense pillar of light suddenly emerged from the ground around Feng and shot straight up into the sky. This mana! How is this possible? Hidden Soul was dumbfounded when she saw the light pillar that enveloped Feng. This was because she could sense that the thing before her wasn't a light pillar at all. Instead, it was a pillar of mana so pure and intense that it was already comparable to the mana of tier 6G. ODS. Meanwhile, after this pillar of mana extended 1,000 meters into the air, it began spreading apart to form a magic array that covered nearly half of the entire Misty Canyon. Then, once this gigantic magic array had finished forming, an ancient and majestic settlement gradually emerged from it and descended on the forest Feng designated. When the settlement had flattened the forest and settled on the ground, Feng promptly received a series of system notifications. System, congratulations! You have successfully summoned the Abyssal Star Ancient City, one of the 9 ancient legacy cities of the second sequence, and became the ancient city's governor. System. The Abyssal Star Ancient City will receive full protection for 10 natural days. Please construct the city's defenses during the protection period. System. The Abyssal Star Ancient City will be fully opened after 10 natural days. All cities in the surrounding region will be notified at that time. Is this the true foundation of an ancient demon court found in the miniature ancient world? Feng couldn't help but feel complicated when he read the system notifications. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry about this situation. One of the 9 ancient legacy cities of the second sequence. I won't be able to maintain a low profile, even if I want to now. The ancient demon courts were the civilization legacies left behind by the ancient demon ODS. Among the legacies found in ancient demon courts, the best legacies would undoubtedly be the settlements the ancient demon ODS constructed. Meanwhile, these ancient settlements could be categorized into 3 groups: the 3 holy cities of the first sequence, the 9 ancient legacy cities of the second sequence, and the 100 towns of the third sequence. Although there was a significant disparity between the three groups, even the towns in the third sequence were incredibly powerful. Given enough time, a small guild could easily grow into a superpower with the help of a third sequence town. This was also why S.H.I. plus Fong was confident he could persuade Hidden Soul to help him. These legacy settlements functioned specifically to nurture players. Meanwhile, even Tier 6G, D-ranked experts could receive some harvest from a third sequence town, let alone players who hadn't reached Tier 6. However, S.H.I. plus Fong never imagined that the settlement rune crystal he acquired would yield such an amazing result. He couldn't believe he had summoned the Abyssal Star Ancient City, one of the 9 ancient legacy cities, just by spending 200,000 magic crystals. It should be known that during his previous life, even with the almighty Zero Wing supporting him, he had relied heavily on luck to summon an ancient city. Meanwhile, thanks to this ancient city, Zero Wing was able to solidify its foundation and establish a foothold in the greater G.O.D's domain. In contrast, the current Zero Wing had already gained an ancient city despite being a newly established guild. If the greater G.O.D's domain's various powers were to learn of this, they would probably mobilize the entirety of their respective world's power to steal this city. Compared to S.H.I. plus Fong, Hidden Soul had a much greater reaction when she saw the majestic city that had replaced the forest before her. With her eyes filled with shock and confusion, she yelled, "An ancient city?" Originally, she thought that S.H.I. plus Fong was merely building a new town. She never expected S.H.I. plus Fong to summon a city, much less an ancient city. As a former commander of the Flower of Seven Sins, Hidden Soul was no stranger to ancient cities. This was because the Flower of Seven Sins also owned several ancient cities. Meanwhile, every ancient city was a treasure trove left behind by an ancient civilization, and it could provide immense help to both individuals and organizations. It'd be more appropriate to call this a primordial city than an ancient city, S.H.I. plus Fong said as he looked at Hidden Soul's dazed expression. Then he smiled and said, "Let's go in and take a look." After saying so, S.H.I. plus Fong began walking toward the Abyssal Star Ancient City. Meanwhile, Hidden Soul didn't hesitate for long before she followed after him. TL notes: I mentioned it in a previous chapter, but I will be using settlement as a general term for towns and cities. When I use settlement, I could be referring to towns, cities, or both. Unlike when I was translating the main story for RSSG, I don't have many future chapters to use as reference for the side story, so forgive me if I keep making changes to certain terms. I also plan to modify certain terms and capitalization to streamline things. To name a few examples: 1. NPC town/city -NPC town/city, capitalization change to match the capitalization of guild town/city. 2. Set equipment-equipment set to make it easier to describe set equipment in plural. Equipment is a noun without a plural form, so I'd have to use a lengthy approach when talking about multiple sets, e.g., 5 sets of set equipment. With equipment set, I can just go for 5 equipment sets instead. Chapter 96, Holy Land. Chapter 96, Holy Land. The Abyssal Star Ancient City wasn't very large. Its size was only that of an advanced town. Unlike an advanced town, though, the ancient city was surrounded by a circle of tall walls. The moment S.H.I. plus Fong and Hidden Soul stepped into the city, they could instantly feel the mysterious energy in their bodies disappearing rapidly. The speed at which the mysterious energy dissipated here was more than double what they experienced when resting in the hotels of NPC cities. How amazing! The core magic array still isn't in operation, yet not only does it have mana concentration rivaling NPC cities, but it also has such a powerful cleansing effect. Is this the power of a primordial city? Hidden Soul exclaimed when she noticed the changes to her body after entering a city. There was a huge difference between a city with its core magic array activated and a city with its core magic array deactivated. Meanwhile, this was the first time she had seen a city with such powerful effects, even with its core magic array deactivated. Unlike Hidden Soul, S.H.I. plus Feng took this situation calmly. As one of the 9 ancient cities built by the ancient demon G.O.D.S., the functions Hidden Soul had stated were nothing but the tip of the iceberg. This was because every ancient legacy city of the second sequence would already possess environments rivaling the Holy Lands in G.O.D's domain in its initial stage. Sometime later, S.H.I. plus Feng arrived at the heart of Abyssal Star City with Hidden Soul. Situated at the city's heart was an ancient tower that extended up to 500 meters into the air. Meanwhile, situated at the top of the tower was a dazzling rune, the rune acting like a lamp that illuminated the entire city. However, this ancient tower wasn't just a simple lighthouse. Instead, the stronghold held the Abyssal Star ancient city's secrets. Of the 9 ancient legacy cities the ancient demon G.O.D.S. left behind, every one of them possessed a different ability. As an example, the legacy stored within the ancient city Zero Wing obtained during S.H.I. plus Feng's previous life was related to concentration, and it could help players improve their concentration rapidly. Thanks to this legacy, the number of Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts Zero Wing possessed far said that of other guilds. Meanwhile, shortly after S.H.I. plus Feng and Hidden Soul walked into the ancient tower, they were quickly dumbfounded by what they found. When they entered the tower's first floor, the first thing that greeted them was a row of tightly shut stone doors, and every one of these doors had strange symbols engraved on them. Then, after opening a few of these doors, they found that beyond each of these stone doors was a miniature world. Indeed, a miniature world. Every one of these miniature worlds had a unique environment, or more specifically, players could freely set the environment they desired in these rooms. They could set the room to become a world filled with only a specific type of mana. They could also set it so that the mana was excited or calm. One could say that these rooms were the ideal training ground for players to improve their control over mana. Incredible! The legacy in this city is truly terrifying. S.H.I. plus Feng was shocked beyond words as he looked at the many stone doors on the tower's first floor. The mana in G.O.D's domain was a composite of various types of mana. It didn't consist of just one specific type of mana. However, when players used skills and spells, they would often use only one specific type of mana. Meanwhile, depending on how much mana of that specific type they managed to emulate, the speed of their spellcasting and the power of their spells would be completely different. If players stood in an environment that possessed only one type of mana, the ambient mana would greatly help them if they were to use skills or spells of the same type. It was especially true when it came to mastering the operating principles of that specific mana type. It should be known that after reaching Tier 5, players would need to understand the operating principles of the various types of mana in order to construct their divine body and reach Tier 6. However, the process of learning these operating principles was incredibly challenging since players couldn't typically see or touch mana. They could only rely on their other senses to perceive it. The fact that ambient mana was a composite of various mana types made things even more challenging. However, the miniature worlds here provided the solution to this problem. By allowing players to filter the ambient mana around them to just one specific type, these miniature worlds could reduce the difficulty players faced in understanding mana by more than tenfold. After calming his excited heart, S.H.I. plus Feng couldn't help but turn toward Hidden Soul, who was still in a daze. Then he smiled and asked, Now that you've seen this city's abilities, what do you think of my proposal? Are you sure you want to put me in charge of this city? Hidden Soul asked after snapping out of her daze. She'd be lying if she said she wasn't interested in the Abyssal Star Ancient City. To be precise, no player wouldn't be interested in this city. What was her goal in obtaining the Holy Annihilation Mana technique? Wasn't it so that she could better understand and control mana? Meanwhile, the Abyssal Star Ancient City provided an unbelievable training environment to improve her learning efficiency by more than tenfold. How could she possibly refuse the chance to make use of this training environment? Since I am having you establish a mercenary organization with this city as its base, I will naturally leave this city's responsibility with you. S.H.I. Plus Fong said, nodding without hesitation. Had he summoned only a third sequence town, he might have had a way of letting Zero Wing defend it. However, a second sequence city was no longer something the current Zero Wing could defend. After all, the existence of this city would be revealed to the entire miniature ancient world in 10 days. The only solution S.H.I. Plus Foam could think of to retain owners. H.I. Plus P over the city was having Hidden Soul step forward as its governor. After all, the Flower of Seven Sins was in existence no weaker than the 5 great super guilds. Of course, S.H.I. Plus Foam also had other solutions to defend the Abyssal Star Ancient City if need be. However, not only would there be no benefits for him in doing so, but revealing these methods would also attract a bunch of trouble to him. I'll say it up front. If all you want me to do is form a mercenary alliance to guard the Abyssal Star Ancient City, it won't be difficult to do so. I can even contact a group of powerful experts to help us right now, Hidden Soul said after pondering for some time. But the real problem is those superpowers. If they learn of the benefits of this city, they might dispatch Tier 6G. Oh, D-ranked experts here. In my current state, there is nothing I can do against them. Previously, she had refused S.H.I. Plus Feng's offer because she thought that S.H.I. Plus Feng was merely established. H.I. Plusing a guild town. If that were the case, the mercenary alliance she established wouldn't attract many independent experts to join. It was especially true for the independent experts she was acquainted with. Every one of them was incredibly prideful, and they showed no interest whatsoever even when the various super guilds offered them an advisory position in their respective guilds. There was no way they would help defend a measly guild town just for some meager leveling resources. However, it was a different story if the target of defense was the Abyssal Star Ancient City. With what the city had to offer, she was confident she could persuade her acquaintances to join her. She could even use this chance to reclaim her position in the Flower of Seven Sins. Unfortunately, with the standards of her and her acquaintances, there was nothing they could do if the various superpowers decided to dispatch Tier 6G. Oh, dear ranked experts. It was especially so when they might have to face more than one Tier 6G. Oh, D-ranked expert. Don't worry about that. I'll step forward if D-ranked experts come, S.H.I. Plus Fong said, chuckling. Chapter 97, Arrival of New Era. Chapter 97, Arrival of New Era. If you can hold back those D-ranked experts, there shouldn't be any problems on my side, Hidden Soul said, nodding. I won't even need 10 days to get the Mercenary Alliance up and running. Also, my suggestion is that we grade the Alliance's members based on contribution. For now, the ranks I have in mind are Bronze, Silver, and Gold, and we will use these ranks to determine how long each member can spend inside these miniature worlds. There were 100 stone doors on the ancient tower's first floor, which translated to 100 miniature worlds. That was by no means a large number. Moreover, although the ancient tower had 2 more floors, the second and third floors would only open when the city was promoted to a higher rank. Hence, there was no way to increase the number of miniature worlds inside the ancient tower within a short period. However, considering they would be using these miniature worlds to advertise Zero Wing's mercenary alliance, they needed to make it possible for as many people to experience the effects of these miniature worlds as possible. Otherwise, the number of players joining the mercenary alliance would decrease drastically. Meanwhile, the best way to do so was by limiting the amount of time each player could spend inside these miniature worlds. No problem, S.H.I. Plus Fong nodded in agreement. But in addition to making contributions, members must also pay a fee to use the miniature worlds. Bronze members will have to pay 200 magic crystals per hour. Silver members will get a 10% discount, and gold members will get a 20% discount. The Abyssal Star Ancient City might be powerful. The miniature worlds cost a lot to operate. Each miniature world consumed 100 magic crystals per hour when in operation. If converted to coins, that would be nearly 50 gold coins per hour. If Zero Wing tried to subsidize this cost, the guild would go bankrupt in less than a day. My thoughts are similar. I'll get the city's management details sorted and send them to you afterward, Hidden Soul said, having no objections about S.H.I. Plus Feng's pricing. In her opinion, there wouldn't be a problem even if they charged 500 magic crystals per hour to use the miniature worlds, let alone 200 magic crystals. After all, it was incredibly challenging to grasp the operating principles of mana under normal circumstances. If her acquaintances were to find out that there was a way to reduce that difficulty by more than tenfold, they would probably beg her to let them stay in the miniature worlds for as long as possible. Afterward, S.H.I. Plus Fong Pa S. set a portion of the Abyssal Star Ancient City's authority to Hidden Soul and 100,000 magic crystals for backup. Then, after making sure that everything was okay, he chose to go offline to rest. As for the remaining matters relating to the city, he left all decision-making to Hidden Soul. It was without a doubt the best solution. After all, even he wasn't a match for Hidden Soul when it came to managing a mercenary organization. Then, once Hidden Soul had stabilized the Abyssal Star Ancient City's operations, all he needed to do was have Zero Wing secretly garrison the city. Jinhai City, when S.H.I. Plus Fong logged out of G.O.D's domain, the morning sun was already S.H.I. Plus Ning into his bedroom on the second floor. Normally, even if he had spent the entire night awake in G.O.D's domain, he should wake up in a refreshed state. Now, though looked incredibly exhausted as he climbed out of his virtual gaming cabin. Sure enough, the cabin's nutrient solution isn't enough to supplement the improvements I made this time. When S.H.I. Plus Fong saw that the gaming cabin's nutrient solution tank was already empty, he quickly retrieved a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid from the fridge. Then, as soon as he drank it, he could feel his exhausted mind recovering significantly. Most people might be treating G.O.D's domain as merely a virtual reality game, but S.H.I. Plus Fong was fully aware that G.O.D's domain wasn't just a simple game. Instead, it was also a ladder of evolution. While playing G.O.D's domain, players would receive gradual improvements to their brains. Then, their bodies would also start to improve to keep up with their brains' increased activity. However, these improvements came at the cost of a huge amount of energy. If players couldn't replenish the consumed energy in time, they might even end up burning their life energy. Of course, ordinary Tier 3 players would probably never face a situation where they would burn their life energy. This was because this was a situation that would only occur when the brain had managed to surpass the limits of its mental capacity. Meanwhile, after S.H.I. Plus Fong recovered from exhaustion, he clenched his fists and smiled. Although I exhausted myself by using light shadow many times, I made a lot of improvements as a result. My physical fitness is probably on par with top-tier athletes now. At this rate, I'll only need to train in the body strengthening technique for a few more days to reach the half-step master standard. Although the half-step master standard was nowhere near the master standard, so long as he had the physical fitness of a half-step master, he wouldn't have to worry about facing hidden threats. He could even join the G's Domain Alliance and become an official member. The G's Domain Alliance would, at most, provide basic support when it came to players who didn't qualify to become an official member. However, it was completely different once someone became an official member. So long as someone managed to become an official member of the G's Domain Alliance, even the various corporations wouldn't dare to take any actions toward this person in the real world. Not on the surface, at least. Otherwise, it would be a direct provocation to the G's Domain Alliance, which was something not even international corporations could afford to do. Because of this, powerful experts who had offended the various superpowers would never be afraid of suffering retaliation in the real world. They simply had to figure out how they could survive in G's domain. Meanwhile, after phone executed 2 repet. 1 tie-ins of the body strengthening technique, he washed up and got ready to head to the G's Domain Academy. However, just as he was about to leave his home, the doorbell suddenly rang. Upon checking the front door security camera through his watch, phone saw a middle-aged man and a young woman standing outside his house. To his surprise, his visitors were Qi Lianshan and Chen Ziyou. Instructor Qi, aren't we about to head to the secret pavilion's branch headquarters? Why did you suddenly come to my place? Phone asked, feeling a little surprised and confused as he looked at Qi Lianshan and Chen Ziyou. Today was a big day for Jinhai University's G's Domain Academy. After all, the visit to the secret pavilion's branch headquarters was essentially a free training session for the Academy's students and instructors. Meanwhile, the opportunity to train at a transcendental power didn't come by easily. It is because of this that I hurried here to find you, Instructor Qi Lianshan said with a bitter smile. Did something happen? Phone asked curiously. The problem lies with me. After taking a look at Chen Ziyou, Qi Lianshan gritted his teeth and continued, I hope that you can become Ziyou's instructor. Instructor Me? Become her instructor? Phone couldn't help but look at Chen Ziyou, who currently had her head lowered in silence. Chen Ziyou was Instructor Qi's prized pupil. Phone found it hard to imagine that Qi Lianshan would take the initiative to give Chen Ziyou to him. After all, it should be known that apprentice-teacher relations, PS were given great importance in the current G's domain. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many students trying to fight for Wu Lingling. That's right. Qi Lianshan nodded. Then, he said, I wouldn't have wanted to do this, either, if I wasn't left with no better choice. However, Ziyou can successfully get into G's Domain's talent camp. This will all be worth it. G's Domain's talent camp, Phone couldn't help but be confused. He had no idea what Qi Lianshan was talking about at all. This is a secret I found out only recently. Withholding no information, Qi Lianshan explained, the visit to the secret pavilion's branch headquarters today isn't just a simple tour or training camp. In reality, it is a selection meeting for all G's domain academies in the world. It isn't just the secret pavilion that is involved. Many super guilds are also holding tours today as a front for this selection meeting. Meanwhile, the organizer for this meeting is the G's Domain Alliance. It seems that the G's D's Domain Alliance is planning to go all out and nurture a group of geniuses to combat the World PA-S Sages opening. However, as most fourth-year students have already signed contracts with the various powers, the selection meeting this time is mainly targeted toward third-year students. Chapter 98, True Transcendental Power. Chapter 98, True Transcendental Power, the G. D's Domain Alliance is going all out to nurture geniuses. S-H-I. Plus Fong was very surprised to hear this news. The War of Worlds was no secret to him, although there also existed an organization similar to the G. D's Domain Alliance during his previous life. This organization had only started nurturing talents of the new generation after the World Gate had fully opened. Meanwhile, once the World Gate was fully opened, there wouldn't be just one World PA-S Sage connecting the two D's domains. Instead, countless PA-S Sages would randomly form, allowing the two D's domains to compete and devour each other. However, as Tier 6 D-ranked experts were needed to safeguard key locations, the main fighting force of the two D's domains in the War of Worlds would consist of Tier 4 and Tier 5 experts. Originally, S-H-I plus Fong thought it would be much later before the D's Domain Alliance realized the need to nurture the new generation's talents. He didn't think the organization would notice it already. This is indeed outside of everyone's expectations, Qi Lianshan said, expressing his understanding when he saw the look of surprise on S-H-I plus Feng's face. But I can confidently tell you that this information is true. Originally, the D's Domain Alliance was merely a loose organization focused on hosting events in the real world. While it might be considered the biggest force in D's domain, it had hardly any territory in the game. So body could have expected that the D's Domain Alliance would suddenly decide to nurture geniuses unaffiliated to it and spare no cost while doing so. But what does this have to do with Zio becoming my apprentice? S-H-I plus Fong asked as he looked at Qi Lianshan in confusion. According to my sources, the selection this time requires students to be at the half-step refinement realm standard at the very least. In addition, their instructors must be at the flowing water realm or above. If a student can't meet these two conditions, they won't even qualify to partake. 1. P8 in the selection, Qi Lianshan said, sighing. We wouldn't have had to take such measures if I were still in my prime, but I'm afraid you are the only person who is in such a realm in our academy right now. Instructor S-H-I plus. It seems the D's Domain Alliance has put a lot of considerations into this. S-H-I plus Fong said, realization dawning upon him. The D's Domain Alliance indeed had access to an unimaginable amount of resources. However, players couldn't become powerful experts simply by having a lot of resources. They also needed capable teachers to offer them pointers. If a player had a flowing water realm expert by their side constantly offering them guidance, they could improve their combat standards much more quickly. Moreover, flowing water realm experts were Tier 4 players on average, with some even being Tier 5 players. So, they could help their students level up very quickly as well. In other words, while the D's Domain Alliance might be willing to offer students with resources, students would need to have their instructors resolve the problem of leveling up and improving their combat standards. I know you are very busy teaching Wu Lingling and the others, and you probably don't have a lot of free time to partake. 1. P8 in the selection, Instructor S-H-I plus. Gritting his teeth, Qi Lianshan said, but so long as you agree to partake. 1. P8 in the selection this time, I will give you a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid afterward. S-rank nutrient fluids were incredibly precious to expert players. Even though Qi Lianshan was a senior instructor at Jinhai University's D's Domain Academy. It had taken him great pains to exchange even one bottle. Originally, he had planned to use this bottle to recover his mental state. However, compared to Chunzio's future, the recovery of his mental state could wait. A bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid. After pondering for some time, S.H.I. plus Feng said, "Okay, I can agree to your offer, but I'm not taking responsibility for Zio's subsequent leveling up." S.H.I. plus Feng was currently an intermediate instructor already. Although he had the qualifications to exchange for S-rank nutrient fluids, it would take him a long time to ACCU, emulate 1 million academy points. Most importantly, there was an exchange limit put on S-rank nutrient fluids. If he recalled correctly, intermediate instructors were only allowed to exchange 1 bottle a year. However, 1 bottle was nowhere near enough for him. After all, he was no longer young. He would need a lot of energy to recover his life force, repair his body's damaged cells, and improve his physical fitness. You don't have to worry about this point. Instructor S.H.I. plus. All you need to do is pass the selections test, Qi Lianshan said, feeling a little excited when he heard S.H.I. plus Feng's answer. Then, he quickly tapped on his quantum watch and transferred Chunzio's instructor position to S.H.I. plus Feng. Meanwhile, S.H.I. plus Feng promptly clicked agree when he received the transfer prompt on his watch. With this, he became Chunzio's instructor on paper. After settling this matter, Qi Lianshan quickly led S.H.I. plus Feng to his luxury sedan and drove him and Chunzio to Jinhai University to meet up with the other students and instructors. Lufeng City Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters. As a first-tier city, Lufeng City's population exceeded 10 million. Meanwhile, the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters sat in the heart of the city, the headquarters' 2 towers having over 200 floors and occupying an area of 2 sports stadiums. The twin towers were more than capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people to work and train inside. How spectacular! So, this is one of the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters, as expected of a transcendental power in G.O.D's domain. Just one of its branch headquarters already looks so amazing. It would be great if I could become an internal member of the Secret Pavilion. Quick, look, the Secret Pavilion's recruits are training over there. It's true, the instructor teaching them seems to be Rainbow Chaser, one of the Secret Pavilion's newly promoted Tier 5 experts. When Jinhai University's students looked out the windows of their bus and saw the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters, they couldn't help but marvel at the sight before them. The state of the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters was on an entirely different level even when compared to the main headquarters of first-rate guilds. Just the instructor responsible for guiding the recruits at the branch headquarters was already a Tier 5 expert. This was a luxury no first-rate guild could afford for a branch headquarters. Moreover, the 1,000 recruits training on the field between the 2 towers were incredibly talented. Even though these recruits looked like they were only 14 or 15 years old, even the weakest among them was already at the Trial Tower's 5th-floor middle stage standard. If put in Jinhai University, they'd be regarded as geniuses among geniuses. Yet in the Secret Pavilion, these geniuses were nothing more than ordinary recruits, a fact proven by the emblems they wore on their S.H.I. plus RTS. Before becoming official internal members, the Secret Pavilion's recruits would only receive a 1-star light blue emblem. Only after becoming an official internal member would they receive a 2-star dark blue emblem. While Jinhai University's students were in shock over the sight they just saw, a long line of buses started arriving at the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters, one after another, their numbers exceeding 80. This meant that at least 80 G.O.D's domain academies had come to partake. 1. P. 8 in the secret pavilions tour this time. This number far exceeded their initial expectations. Moreover, out of these buses, there were even some that transported students from advanced D's domain academies. What's going on? Why are students from advanced academies here as well? Gutong couldn't help but be shocked when he looked at the students alighting from the various advanced D's domain academies buses. Advanced D's domain academies. To most students seeking to make a living from D's domain, advanced D's domain academies were schools they dreamed of entering. Unlike the average D's domain academy, advanced D's domain academies were true high-level education centers with several major corporations backing them. Some even had the support of international organizations. Meanwhile, with such ample funding, the instructors these advanced academies could recruit were also much superior in quality, with even the weakest instructor in these academies being a refinement realm expert. Partic 1 P. Ants of D's domains A-League would also hold lectures in these academies from time to time. However, as with the quality of their instructors, these advanced academies also had a high entry requirement. If students wished to even Partic 1 P8 in the enrollment test of these advanced academies, they'd need to be at the 5th floor middle stage standard, which was the official standard of ordinary experts, at the very least. What is the secret pavilion even thinking? I can't believe they invited a bunch of bodies to the tour. That's right. The secret pavilion even wants us to spar with them. How are we supposed to improve by sparring with these country kins? I think we might even regress if we fought them. When a group of freshmen alighted from an advanced academies bus and saw the freshmen of the other academies around them, a look of disdain appeared on their faces. Meanwhile, the students from the other academies naturally grew angry when they heard the words of this group of students. However, none of them dared to say anything since the other party consisted of experts at the trial tower's 5th floor late stage or above. These students were not people they could compete against. Most importantly, the instructors following these students were not existences they could afford to offend, since every one of them was a flowing water realm expert. These experts were either elders of first-rate guilds or vice commanders of adventurer teams. Meanwhile, after Jinhai University's bus found a parking spot, Lin Yaoyue, the leader of the group, said, "Let's get off the bus as well." Chapter 99, Extraordinary Realm. Chapter 99. Extraordinary Realm. When Lin Yaoyue alighted from the bus, the many students and instructors gathered on the field couldn't help but turn to look at her. Wow, what a pretty lady! She's Clear Sky, one of Mysterious Moon's top 2 talents. Jinhai University's development is getting better and better. Previously, it was Wu Xiaoxiao. Now, I hear that even the geniuses of first-rate guilds are enrolling there. I heard that another genius of Wu Xiaoxiao's caliber has appeared in Jinhai University. I believe it is Wu Xiaoxiao's little sister, Wu Lingling. She reached the 5th floor's middle stage during her enrollment test. With Jinhai University's current state, its academy might rank within the top 4 of the province this year. Many of the students and instructors on the field couldn't help but grow envious as they watched Jinhai University's students getting off their bus. Getting on the provincial ranking list was of great importance even to advanced D's domain academies, let alone ordinary D's domain academies. By getting on the provincial ranking list, not only could an academy attract more investments from corporations, but it could also recruit better quality students in the coming year. This, in turn, would create a positive cycle that would elevate the academy's status. Meanwhile, the elevation of an academy's status was beneficial to both students and instructors. Not only would their status in the world increase, but the resources they received would also increase. An academy's status was especially important now that the various corporations were placing significant importance on the miniature ancient world. Their thirst for talents and the prices they were offering had already reached unprecedented levels. However, while those from ordinary academies talked about Jinhai University in admiration, those from advanced academies also took notice of Jinhai University's students and instructors. Specifically, a 20-year-old woman with long brown hair and a curvaceous body looked toward Wu Lingling and said, "Wu Xiaoxiao's little sister, it seems the freshman compet. Tie-in this time is going to be interesting." "Aren't you overestimating Wu Lingling?" Big Sis, a 17-year-old boy with messy hair and a sleepy face, said, sneering as he looked at Wu Lingling as well. "Wu Xiaoxiao might be able to call herself your opponent, but Wu Lingling's enrollment score is nothing special. The fifth floor middle stage standard might be extraordinary in ordinary academies, but that is just the average in our Tianqing University. Not even those at the fifth floor late stage can rank within the top 20, let alone the fifth floor middle stage." The dozen or so boys and girls standing around the lazy-looking youth nodded in agreement. As an advanced academy, Tianqing University's D's Domain Academy required all applicants to reach the Trial Tower's fifth floor middle stage at the very least. Meanwhile, those qualified to partake 1P8 in the secret pavilion's tour this time were either at the sixth floor's early stage or those close to reaching it. Hence, in their eyes, Wu Lingling's enrollment score was nothing noteworthy. Don't be careless, Xuani. Other than the freshmen from the various academies, the secret pavilion's freshmen will also partake 1P8 in the freshman compet. Time this time. Those people are true geniuses. If you wish to receive priority training from the secret pavilion, you'll need to rank within the top 10 at the very least, the brown-haired woman said as she turned to look at the several dozen secret pavilion members walking toward the field. "Don't worry, Big Sis. Aren't you aware of my strength? I can even get into the top 5 without any trouble, let alone the top 10, the young man named Lu Xuani said confidently. None of the other students from Tianqing University voiced any objections when they heard Lu Xuani's arrogant words. This was because Lu Xuani was a true genius at Tianqing University, his talent sing even his elder sister, Lu Yenya. Meanwhile, Lu Yenya was one of the top 2 geniuses of their advanced academy. When Lu Xuani enrolled in Tianqing University's D's Domain Academy, he was already at the 6th floor middle stage standard. After receiving guidance from the academy's instructors, his strength had skyrocketed. Thus, he wouldn't have any trouble going up against the secret pavilion's top-tier geniuses. While Lu Xuani and the others were talking, the secret pavilion's members had arrived at the center of the field. Standing in the lead of these several dozen people was a woman in sportswear looking to be in her early 20s. Meanwhile, the moment everyone looked at this woman, silence instantly enveloped the entire field as excitement and confusion filled everyone. "It's Empress Purple Jade. What's going on?" The Empress is actually hosting this tour. At this moment, even the instructors of the various academies were surprised to see the woman in sportswear, let alone the students. Empress Purple Jade. She had been one of the secret pavilion's top 3 geniuses when D's Domain first launched. Now she had even become a Tier 6 sword D, a legendary existence whom everybody in D's Domain knew. Normally, one would have a better chance at winning the lottery than meeting Purple Jade in person. Yet now, Purple Jade had actually appeared in one of the secret pavilion's branch headquarters. Moreover, by the looks of it, she would be acting as the host for the tour this time. So, how could everyone not be shocked by this situation? Instructor SHI+. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? It's actually Empress Purple Jade, Wu Lingling exclaimed. Her eyes filled with an indescribable sense of reverence as she looked at Purple Jade. She's so beautiful. She also looks much younger than in her combat videos. She's at the extraordinary realm already? S.H.I. Plus Phone was also surprised when he saw Purple Jade. S.H.I. Plus Phone was no stranger to Purple Jade. After all, he had partnered with the Secret Pavilion on many occasions during his previous life. However, unlike in his previous life, the Purple Jade in this life was completely different, although she had similarly become a Tier 6 Sword G. She looked ridiculously young in this life. It should be known that Purple Jade was only slightly younger than him. Yet, now, she looked no different than a 20-year-old. She even gave off an otherworldly feeling, and it felt like she was no longer mortal. Meanwhile, the only explanation he could come up with for this situation was that Purple Jade's life rating had already reached the extraordinary realm. Meanwhile, the extraordinary realm was also known as the Great Grandmaster realm, and this was an evolution he had expended great effort to achieve. Moreover, this happened after he gained access to the greater G's domain and acquired many fortuitous opportunities. Yet now, Purple Jade had already reached this realm even before their current subworld had gained access to the greater G's domain. Her talent was truly terrifying. However, in response to everyone's shock and confusion, Purple Jade simply scanned the crowd before her indifferently and said, "Welcome to the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters. I will be your host for today's tour." TL notes, 1 life rating. This is unrelated to the life rating in G's domain. I couldn't think of a better term to use here. I'll be differentiating the two by capitalization. Lowercase life rating equals real-world uppercase life rating equals G's domain, 2 Great Grandmaster realm. I'm a S. Summing this refers to the realm above mental strength Grandmaster. Chapter 100, Leaving Everyone in the Dust. Chapter 100, Leaving Everyone in the Dust. After Purple Jade briefed everyone about the upcoming tour, she let the elite members behind her show their guests around the headquarters. Meanwhile, when the various academies' students and instructors got to see and try out the top-tier training facilities available in the headquarters, they couldn't help but be awed and drool in envy. According to what they experienced, they could tell that these training facilities could help an ordinary expert become a refinement realm expert in just 2 or 3 years. The efficiency of these facilities was beyond anything their academies had access to. After touring the headquarters for several hours, the Secret Pavilion's elite members led everyone to the underground training field to begin today's main event, the freshman compet. One tie-in. The underground training field was much larger than the area the 2 headquarter buildings occupied on the surface, and it could easily fit 4 full-sized stadiums. With such a huge area, over 10,000 people could train here simultaneously. Currently, though, there were only a little over 1,000 people gathered here, so the field looked empty. The freshman compet. 1 tie-in this time is going to be slightly different. We won't be holding one-on-one matches. Instead, we will have all-partic. 1. P. Ants attempt the trial tower, Purple Jade said, as she scanned the crowd before her. The Secret Pavilion will award the top 10 partic. 1 P. Ants of each academy with 1 bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid, and those who rank within the top 10 of the overall ranking list will receive an additional 3 bottles. In addition, those who manage to rank within the top 5 overall will also get to join the Secret Pavilion's Genius Training Program. As soon as Purple Jade finished speaking, the freshmen of the various academies immediately grew excited. None of them thought that the Secret Pavilion would be so generous. Not only did they have an opportunity to acquire S-rank nutrient fluids to strengthen their bodies, but they even had a chance at becoming one of the Secret Pavilion's internal members and receiving the training of one. I must get into the top 10. When Gu Tong heard Purple Jade's words, he couldn't help but look at Wu Lingling with eyes burning with fighting spirit. Just you wait. I'll make you understand who's the true #1 genius in Jinhai Academy. Top 5 in the overall rankings? I'm getting in for sure. Over at Tianqing Academy's group, fighting spirit similarly filled Lu Xuanyi after he heard Purple Jade's words. The top 5 will get to join the Secret Pavilion's Genius Training Program. When Chen Zio watched as the various academies' freshmen climbed into the prepared virtual gaming cabins one after another, a look of envy appeared on her face. As a transcendental power in D's domain, the Secret Pavilion was in no way inferior to the 5 great super guilds. Even a genius like Wu Xiaoxiao did not have the qualifications to join the Secret Pavilion and receive priority training. Yet now, the Secret Pavilion had loosened its requirements and allowed the various academies' freshmen to fight for a spot in its training program. It was a much more extravagant reward than when she partook. 1P aided in the Secret Pavilion's tour. There's no point in envying the opportunities of others, Zio Lianshan said when he noticed the envy on Chen Zio's face. What you need to do now is figure out how you can S the D's domain, association selection. So long as you S the selection, the training and resources you'll receive from the association will not be inferior to what the Secret Pavilion can offer in any way. I understand. Chen Zio nodded, the fighting spirit in her eyes flaring up. Although she couldn't receive training from the Secret Pavilion, the D's domain, association's training was equally good. I wonder how many of our academy's students will get into the top 5 of the overall rankings. Hard to say. I heard that the Secret Pavilion has many monstrously talented recruits this year. The only students I can think of who have a chance of getting in would be Tianqing Academy's Lu Xuanyi and Lufeng Academy's Xiacheng. Indeed, Lu Xuanyi is the apprentice of Soaring Snake, the leader of Ouroboros's 12 apostles. I heard that he has already learned 2/3 of Soaring Snake's skills. Lufeng University's Xiacheng isn't any worse either. I heard that Lufeng University's dean is teaching her personally, and that she has already mastered an advanced combat technique. I heard that Jinhai Academy also has a SHI plus Ning star this year. I believe her name is Wu Lingling, and she is that Wu Xiaoxiao's younger sister. According to my sources, Wu Lingling is even more talented than Wu Xiaoxiao, and she has achieved rapid improvements after entering the academy, so she should have a chance as well. Impossible. Wu Lingling's teacher is incredibly weak. I heard that he used to be the guild leader of a second-rate guild, but he ended up getting fired. There is no way the resources he has can compare to Lu Xuanyi's and Xiacheng's instructors. Indeed, I heard about Wu Lingling's situation as well. If she could find a good instructor, she might have stood a chance against those 2 little monsters and could have competed for the top 5 positions. While watching the freshmen getting into the virtual gaming cabins, the instructors from the various academies discussed who could enter the overall rankings top 5. Although the Secret Pavilion's freshman compet 1. Taiyan wasn't an accurate representation of the overall strength of D's domain's latest generation of players, those who could rank among the top of the overall rankings could still be regarded as one of the top talents in the country. In a situation where veteran powerhouses were reluctant to enter the miniature ancient world, the new generation's top talents would undoubtedly become the various powers leaders in the miniature ancient world in the future. Meanwhile, when Qi Lianshan and the other instructors from Jinhai University heard the discussion of the other academy's instructors, they couldn't help but sigh dejectedly. Setting aside SHI plus Feng's teaching standards, just the resources he could offer to Wu Lingling would already put Wu Lingling in a significantly inferior position compared to the likes of Lu Xuanyi and Xiachen. Unless Jinhai Academy could attract the attention of international corporations or D's domain's various superpowers, there was no way Jinhai Academy's resources could match the various advanced academies. Inside the lounge of the underground training field, why didn't you notify me that you would be visiting Commander Zi Qiong? Also, isn't it only a freshman compet? Tian, you didn't have to come in person, a burly middle-aged man in his 40s said tentatively as he looked at Purple Jade. I just thought of checking Lei Li's progress. You don't need to mind me, Purple Jade replied in a dull tone. The middle-aged man couldn't help but be rendered speechless when he heard Purple Jade's words. Although he knew that Purple Jade had designated the girl named Lei Li as her apprentice, and she even pampered the girl quite a lot, he didn't think Purple Jade would prioritize the girl to such an extent. After all, a Tier 6 sword D had much more important things to do than spectate a compet. Tian. However, he also had to admit that Lei Li was incredibly talented. Despite starting as someone who knew hardly anything about D's domain, Lei Li had already become the secret pavilion's #1 rookie after undergoing just 2 months of training. Moreover, her position as #1 was unshakable. After all, in just 2 short months, Lei Li had gone from being just at the Trial Tower's first floor standard to the half-step refinement realm standard. Her talent said even Purple Jade. Most importantly, Lei Li was only 16 this year. Lei Li will definitely come in first place. There is simply too big of a gap between herself and the others, the middle-aged man said. If nothing unexpected happens, she should be able to compete against the others in the Genius training program after 1 more month of training. It seemed she didn't slack off. Purple Jade nodded in relief. TL notes, 1 Jinhai Academy. I will be using X Academy to reference X University's D's domain academy from now on to simplify things.